Medina Dirksen, Councilmember Berkeley, Councilmember Burnett,
Here.
Mayor Tim Biala,
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, the three of us will go to closed session now for the one item, and then we'll come back at 6:30 for open session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2 minutes, we can kind of just show what they are, or we can just tell everyone we have them and they're posted on the website.
Yeah, I think it'd be appropriate to start off, Lane, if you could do that during special announcements.
Okay, great. Actually, I'll have Matt do that.
Okay. So let's go ahead and kick this off. We started at 5 o'clock with closed session, and Lane, can you summarize our closed session for us, please?
Sure. In closed session, we had one matter for the council. We discussed of anticipated litigation. The council gave direction and no further action was taken.
All right, thank you, Lane. So we'll move on with our May 17th, 2022 City Council meeting. And at this time, is there someone who would like to volunteer to lead us after a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, our city manager, Lane Long. So let's have a moment of silence, please, and then Lane will lead us through that allegiance.
Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Lane. All right, so first we're going to be joined by President Elizabeth Billingsley, who's going to provide a proclamation regarding Poppy Month. Elizabeth, hello.
Yes, I don't know what happened, but you all disappeared.
We see you.
You can see me and I can't see none of you. Oh my God, I don't know what happened here. All of a sudden my screen just went out. Well, let me see if I can do here something. Oh. Okay, I got you back. Mr. Mayor, what would you like for me to do?
You can maybe give a little bit of information about what Poppy Month is all about. And then if you have the proclamation, you can read a few excerpts from it, or I could help you with that.
You know, well, yeah, she didn't tell me to do that, so I'm not prepared for that. But I could tell you the history is after World War I, you know, so many people, so many military people were dead, and they started out with the poppy, and that's the month of May because it's also Memorial Day that month, and they give out the poppy in remembrance of all the military people that passed away or got killed or, you know, whatever, and even the living ones. And the stories about Flanders Field, the little poem, and yeah. Matter of fact, the Legion is having a memorial service and lunch to follow for the people that attend the service on Memorial Day. At 11 o'clock is the service. And it's usually very nice. We have a speaker, and now I haven't heard yet who the speaker is, but yes, we will have a speaker, most likely. That's all I could tell you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, and Liz, when we're in person during this presentation, you often pass the hat a little bit. So if anyone did want to donate, would they donate to the American Legion Auxiliary here in Marina?
Yes, yeah, the auxiliary, not the Legion, the auxiliary. Yeah. Normally when we would come to the chambers, we would have cans with us and poppies with us and shake the can. The change, and people would donate. You guys are usually very, even the audience would donate, you know, and we pass out the poppies. with COVID going on, sorry, we can't do that. But yes, you may donate to the auxiliary. If you write out a check, it should be made out to American Legion Auxiliary Unit 694.
All right, and I'll read just a small excerpts from the proclamation that's in our packet tonight, that millions have answered the call to arms and have died on the field of battle. And our nation is at peace and must be reminded of the price of war and the debt owed to those who have died in war. The red poppy has been designated as a symbol of sacrifice of lives in all wars. And the American Legion Auxiliary has pledged to remind Americans annually of this debt through the distribution of the memorial poppy flower. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Bruce Delgado, and the City Council of the City of Marina proclaim May as the Poppy Month and ask that all citizens pay tribute to those who made the ultimate sacrifice in the name of the United States of America by wearing the memorial poppy, dated 17 May 2022.
And Mr.
Yes.
And council members, those poppies are made by veterans that are in hospitals. The auxiliary donates all the material, but they're the ones that make the poppies. And they get, I believe it's 10 cents now per poppy, what the person who makes it gets, you know. And used to be only 8 cents, now it's 10 cents. I don't know, it might have went up. I'm not privy to that. Roberta, our chairperson, didn't tell me if they get paid more than that, but I know last time I heard was 10 cents what they get. And our unit usually orders over 3,000 poppies.
All right. Well,
No.
check with the treasurer and report back to us next time what
Okay.
the going rate is. All right. Well, thank you, Elizabeth, for decades representing the auxiliary and poppy proclamation, as you always have done for many years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So next we have a Public Works Week proclamation, and I'm guessing Brian McMinn is going to have something to do with this.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, actually we have our assistant engineer Saber Machinist with us today. Can he be promoted to the panelist to speak?
What was his name or her name?
Saber Machinist,
Yeah.
S-A-B-E-R.
So we'll move him over immediately. Hello, Saber. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Let's see. If you can unmute, Saber.
Hello.
Hello, Saber.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Good evening. Do you hear us, Saber?
Brian, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us? So, Saber, if you can hear me, you can go ahead and read the proclamation.
Okay, yeah. Proclamation recognizing May 15 through 21, 2022 as National Public Works Week. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of City of Marina. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government, and the private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in City of Marina to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2022 marks the 62nd annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, Be It Now. I read this section on behalf of Mayor. Resolved, I, Mayor Bruce Delgado, do hereby designate the week May 15 to 21, 2022 as National Public Works Week. I urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protect our national health, safety, and quality of life. Done at the city of Marina, California, this 17th day of May 2022. Signed by Bruce Delgado.
And Mayor, Savera has been with the city for about 4 months now. And he came to us from Texas, moved his family here, is living in Salinas. And he's been involved with our traffic advisory committee as well as a number of our projects in the capital improvement program.
I'm happy to be in this meeting. I apologize. I tried to share my video, but I don't know why it doesn't. Anyway, I'm glad to be in this meeting and be part of the great family of City of Marina.
Thank you, Sabir. What position do you hold with Public Works?
Assistant Civil Engineer.
All right. Well, thank you, as Brian said, for all those projects you're working on. We're really happy to have you because there's so much to be done and is going on right now. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thanks, Sabir. Thank you. And take care. Okay, so now we have special announcements. I'd like to ask our city manager to go over what Terry Segrist often has done in the past. And we're sorry he's not with us any longer, but in his spirit, we have a lot of great things that Lane's going to tell us about. You're muted, Lane, but good practice time, I'm sure.
Sorry, there we go. Thank you, Mayor. These are our summer activities and programs that after 2 years of a hiatus because of COVID, we are finally getting back up to speed. And so I'm just going to cycle through these really quick, but these are available on our city website under our recreation department, and you can get all the details. So we have sports camps. Next slide. Our Junior Giants is up and going again. We have our youth center. We have summer camps going at our youth center. And we have a teen center ice cream party. This is coming tomorrow night, I believe. So this is exciting. This Saturday, we are having our community celebration for the life of Terry Segrist. And we've had our community groups in coordination with the Marina Foundation have been working very hard to put this wonderful event together. And so we invite the whole community to come up to Vince DiMaggio Park at 11:30 to 2 p.m. And we'll have a wonderful barbecue, Terry style, as he has done for many, many years of hamburgers and hot dogs and chips and drinks. And there'll be just a wonderful celebration of Terry and everything that he has done for our city, which you can't even begin to make a list of all those, but we're very happy to have that this Saturday at Vince DiMaggio Park. And I don't know if, Mayor, if you had any other comments on that.
Well, I hope that people come early and make sure they have it on their calendar. It might be a large event. I expect it will be, for appropriately so. And I think the hamburgers, hot dogs, and chips We're gonna bring back a lot of memories. There's been a lot of events that Terry's put on with hamburgers, hot dogs, and chips, him and Ron Powell and other staff people. So I think it's going to be a fantastic, memorable occasion. And I'm happy that a lot of people are going, and encourage everyone, whether you knew Terry or not, if you love our community, it's going to be worth being there with all the rest of us that love our community.
And a cookie, Mayor. And a cookie with that.
Oh, okay.
Terry was famous for his cookies, right?
That's right.
All right.
Okay,
So,
Matt,
I'm
next
sorry.
slide. And this is our last picture of Terry. Okay, we have a Seniors Day party at Marina High School. This is Vince DiMaggio Park, June 1st. Congratulations to our wonderful seniors. Next slide. I don't do near Terry's job, but we have a pre-graduation barbecue at Marina Teen Center. Next. Lots going on in the teen summer activities this summer that were open for regular normal hours during the summer. And these are just some of the wonderful activities that are moving toward dodgeball, game day, board games, video games, arts and crafts, volleyball, basketball. And I think that is it. So you can see we're finally getting back up to normal mode. And we're very excited. And it's our wonderful recreation staff of Ron Powell, Laura Johansson, and Kathy Meacham that are keeping the recreation department up and going. And really, we're almost back up to normal operations for the summer.
And all three, Lori, Ron, and Kathy, have been working in their respective positions for many years. They really need to be applauded for all the time they give them. It's just great what they do. All right, let's go to Christina Medina Dirksen. Did you have something you want to say now, or you want to wait until after public announcements? You're muted, Christina.
Hello, I just wanted to make sure that people knew that the Friends of the Marina Library had a fantastic event this last weekend where they had upwards of 500 people come out to the library for pony rides. Chief Vega, a division chief, fire chief, division chief, fire division chief Vega was there reading. We had a popcorn. We just had an amazing turnout for people to come to town and really, as I say, build community. So I want to give a sincere shout out to the Friends of the Marina Library and all the volunteers. We had pony rides and a petting zoo. So all the volunteers that made that possible. There's a Facebook group called Buy Nothing. And so what happened was there was a giant clothing exchange, and this will happen again. We have Dad's Reads every second Saturday of the month. And the clothing exchange is you arrange to drop off clothes, you pick up clothes. So we definitely have a strong sense of community in Marina, and I wanted to give a shout out to that. And just make sure you all knew that there would be a cookie at the Terry Seacrest Memorial, which will feature a band called Rosewood. They are graduates of Marina High School, and they will be playing music, as will be DJ John Upshaw. So our community is thriving, and I'm extremely proud of all of the connections and things people do in our community. It makes me very proud when I'm out and about. So I just want to say thank you to everybody involved in that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Christina. We're kind of doing this a little bit out of order, and that's okay. Let's go to David, Councilmember Burnett, and then after council, we'll go to public for comment announcements.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to remind everyone that they've received their ballots in the mail and that election season is on us, and please return those ballots before the June deadline. And this is an important election. All elections are important, but this is especially important election. And to take time, read the issues over, familiarize yourself with the candidates, and cast your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'll wait until after the public has given their comments, okay?
Okay. All right. So let's go to public comment and then we'll come back for Kathy and I. Anyone in the public wishing to speak, please raise your hand. And we have 3 people so far. So let's get started with Amy Warren. Hello, Amy. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello.
Okay, wonderful. So I am here to first give an update about the events at the Marina Equestrian Center that is still being run by the Marina Equestrian Association. We have been continuing our public programming and outreach in attempt to be the #1 most visited park in Marina for another year. This month, we started out with an amazing free public clinic for the public to watch with a horseman named Pete Spades, who is a famous cowboy from down in Southern California. And then we hosted the 11th Armored Cavalry Division for a few nights while they did their demonstrations in the area. And this weekend, we are going to be having the Pony Club Tetrathlon show jumping portion of their event, and that's open for the public to come and watch on Saturday from 10 to 12. So please come out and enjoy the Equestrian Center Park and the horses out there. And then on the second note, as just an individual who's knew Terry Sygrist for years at the Teen Center because I was running the Guitars Not Guns program there. I think it's a really fitting tribute to his memory that the Guitars Not Guns program is back operating at the Teen Center on Saturday mornings. And so we have been in operation for a few months now. And also I wanted to mention that Rosewood, the band, who are incredible, and Marina High School seniors, actually got some of their start as a band over at the Teen Center too. One of their members, Samuel, is a longtime member of Guitars Not Guns. And when they formed that band 3 years ago, they came over to the Teen Center for help. And so Terry had been a supporter of theirs from the very beginning. And also the Friends of the Marina Library were a huge supporter of theirs. Their very first shows were over at the library, thanks to the Friends of the Marina Library. So I just want to say I love Marina, I love the community, and I'm looking forward to seeing y'all on Saturday to celebrate Terry.
Thank you very much, Amy. We'll go to Mike Owen. Hello, Mike. Good evening.
Hi. I believe Matt is going to run a video in a little bit. And I just need to say that it was done by Don Neff, who is a Sea Haven resident this past Sunday. It's 2 minutes and 46 seconds. It was shot from 250 feet high to give a perspective. And the reason for it is just to give you a little advance of like when you go out on the site tour to look at the trees. I thought this might help. So assuming Matt has it ready to go.
I do, 1 second.
The first shot is on 2nd Avenue, which was approved by the Planning Commission for clear cutting a year and a half ago. The trees to the right are the Dune City Park, which the current plans call for them to be removed to provide space for parking lots and a new major access to the Dunes Park off of 2nd Avenue after the existing 8th Street access is closed. We're going along 7th Street. This is a linear park that's going to stretch from 2nd Avenue to 1st Avenue. You're looking at the trees along 1st Avenue, which is going to be the site when you go out to look at what's involved in this. Off to the right is a section that was clear cut and was approved 2 years ago, including all these trees that you see along 1st Avenue, which would have also been clear cut if the city had not issued a moratorium after the March massacre. So there's sort of like blessing in disguise with that massacre, because these trees are preserved and the developer is looking at selecting some of these to the bottom of the screen towards the north to save. To the south past 6th Street is like a line of cypress trees on 1st Avenue that he's also looking to save about like a dozen. This is all of the rest of 3rd phase, which would have been completely clear cut. All the trees on 1st Avenue, all the way up to the end of the 3rd phase. So this is a dramatic shift in the developer's perspective, taking trees into account. You're going to see a car following on the First Avenue, and you can mark the streets. So it's about to hit Fifth Street, which is right now. Here comes the car. And then we're going up along this avenue of trees, which are possibly going to be saved. We're heading towards 3rd Street, the county parking lot. And you see the car passing 2nd Street on the way to DeVarty. This is the existing 3rd Street. Future Park is the last 5 barracks, and it stretches over sideways 3 barracks. And that's where the future 3rd Street is going to be plowed straight through it to connect with Inner Garrison. So you got to wonder, is this what the city really wants? A small park that's going to be plowed through by a major road? That's a question, I think. The answer is really indefensible. Okay, this is the very end of the 3rd phase demolitions, but this is an opportunity phase, these 12 barracks that go down to 1st. So the developer intends to bulldoze those down, but also all the trees, even though there are no commercial specific plans to go in place. So my position is like, why not keep the trees there? Because they've gone around like 12 barracks. So it's at least a possibility that when commercial development comes in, they could fit around those trees. Again, it's on YouTube, Marina Trees. It's only 2 minutes and 46 seconds. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Anita, I lost a stopwatch, so I'm not sure when to interject. But we're going to go to Les Martin. Thank you, Mike, very much. And to Don Deaf, who.
Hello, yes, thank you. Sorry, trying to unmute. Hey, that was a great video. I really love that. I'm going to go look that up. I particularly want to talk about some of the issues that I saw in the video. The Dunes Park, I was curious, what is the timeline for that? You saw in his video that area that's being worked on. I'm not sure what they're doing, but I guess that's preliminary groundwork that the developer is going to do. When are they going to tear down more buildings? I haven't seen anything go down since a few months ago when a couple buildings went down, and the city manager told me those weren't torn down by the city. So when is the stuff by the city going to start to come down? It's been almost 2 years since we talked about this, the campaign. It's supposed to happen this year. I know it takes time. That's fine. I get it. I would appreciate knowing some timeline. You're going to see your first building in August or your first building in November. It would be nice to see one building go down. I don't mind saving some of those trees. It makes sense. Some of those trees are growing with no water support, so they must be pretty healthy trees. If we can save some, fine. But I also don't have a big headache about some of the trees going away because some are pretty ugly. So I'm just curious, what's going on with Dunes Park? I also walked by Sea Haven Park and nothing's happened there either. So what's the timeline for Sea Haven Park? The last I heard was months and months ago when they were talking about pickleball courts. But as I walked by the other day, nothing happening there. Over here on 10th Street behind this Spring Hill Suite, there's some major construction project going on there, and I have no idea what's going on there either. Is there some way we can find out what's going on behind the Spring Hill Suite? I'd be interested to know about that. And then my fourth question was on phase 2 here at the Dunes. The buildings are going really, really fast. It's impressive how quickly. What's not happening is tearing down those old structures that are part of phase 2. I thought the developer was supposed to rip those old buildings down. They're still standing. They're basically the ones that touch California right across from the Equestrian Center. And there's a bunch of old buildings there which haven't been torn down yet. I think when I moved in here, they told us that was going to be an elementary school someday, but those buildings are still standing there and people are starting to actually move into phase 2. There's a couple of houses already closed. So I think we need to really get moving on that. Again, I know that these things take a long time, but if there's some way to see a timeline, every once in a while I can refer back to what's going on, that'd be good to know. And I don't even know what's going on in the Equestrian Center either. I heard there was a contractor was coming, and now the lady who just talked said they're going to be there for another year. What's the change happening in the Equestrian Center? I'd be curious about that too. It's a lot of stuff going on. Appreciate that. I know you guys are working really hard. You city council members are working hard with lots to read and do, but you're doing a great job. So keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Les. we'll get to all the questions just a bit. Let's go to Karen Anderson. Good evening, Karen. Let's try that again.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Delgado. I'd like to piggyback onto the drone images we just saw. It was pointed out toward the end that where the future 3rd Street will be coming through. And this is the area south of there has not yet had formal plans for how the lots or anything will be used laid out yet by the developer. And when we met, I'm part of the group that met with the developer a couple weeks ago, and he said that this is an area which will be is the future business opportunity area, a business park, which would have business buildings and parking lots, and that they could very well work around the existing healthiest trees over there in the future. So I just wanted to make sure that goes into the record, that everybody is understanding that it is going to be possible to save some trees over there. This includes the area around the county offices, the county building, and onto Duarte, between 1st and 2nd Avenue and the future 3rd Street. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. And let's go to Elizabeth Fisher. Hello, Elizabeth.
Good evening. I just wanted to add, after having heard a previous speaker, that please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that all those trees at the former Fort Ord have not been irrigated for decades, so they don't need any water. They have proven to be able to survive in our coastal climate. And I appreciate the developer and the city to look into saving as many healthy trees as possible and to give the public a chance to visit the sites. And I agree with Mr. Mike Owen that bisecting a park with a road does not make any sense. So I don't know why this was designed this way and who designed it and who has approved it, but I hope that the city will reconsider that design. Thank you very much for all you're doing.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And we'll take a couple moments. Let anyone else who hasn't spoken raise your hand, and we'll let you get unmuted. Not seeing anyone raising their hand. So we'll go ahead and close public comment. And Mo kind of hypothetically asked, does city want a new 3rd Street to be aligned and built through the linear park? I'm thinking that we just got our wires crossed. But Brian or Lane or Guido, do you want to respond to that question?
Yeah, those will all be part of the tentative map when it comes forward to approval, though that is all part of a specific plan. That layout was already approved by the council many years ago. That part of the tentative map will be coming back to the council for final approval. But what we have in place is an existing specific plan that's already been approved, operating agreements, implementation agreements, that a lot of the infrastructure is already set and established.
Okay, so if there's conflict between 3rd Street, new 3rd Street that is, and linear park, we'll deal with that at a future time.
Correct.
Okay, and then let's ask for the timeline of the park to the north, which is immediately south of Water City Roller Hockey, the Marina Sports Center. When do we expect tear down of those buildings to happen? Begin anyway.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we received bids today. I haven't had time to see what the results were, but the city did receive bids for that work, and should be coming to city council hopefully in June with a recommendation for a contract to remove those buildings.
So do you think not too ambitiously with an estimate, you think by the end of this year the first building might come down, or you think it would start next year?
Oh, I think it will definitely start this year.
That's a reasonable answer as far as specificity. Then Sea Haven, the park there, that's like an 18-acre sand pit. I think just run into a snag lane. But do you want to talk about when that construction may begin of that large Sea Haven Park?
Yeah, that that whole park is part of. We're in mediation discussions with the Sea Haven developer right now on a multitude of issues, and that and until all those issues resolved, we won't see any anything happening directly on that park. But the design, everything is pretty close, pretty much done. So once these discussions are done and resolved with Sea Haven, that park will move forward very quickly.
All right. And the construction that everyone sees behind the Spring Hill Suites is a hotel number 2. So there'll be a hotel there going up as soon as they're done with the horizontal construction. They'll start to build vertical. And then Les's question next was, when do we think that the tear down of the old buildings, I think he's referring to the Marine Coast Water District buildings next to Hilltop Park and surrounded by a couple of sites surrounded by the new homes going up, when those will come down. Can you give an update, Lane, on MCWD's property?
Yeah, the last I've talked with MCWD, they have no plans to take down any of those buildings right now. They got a small amount of funds for blight removal when Fort Ord went away, and they're allocated those funds towards their wastewater, that old plant there that needs to be removed. So talk with your MCWD board, go to their board meetings and talk with them about that. But at this point, they have no plans of removing them. I know that the Dunes developers have talked with MCWD and has tried to get that higher on their priority list. But right now, we haven't heard of any intent of their part to remove those. And I think it just gets to funding.
All right. Any status update on the Marina Equestrian Center, Lane, that you want to provide?
No new updates.
All right. Karen and Elizabeth had comments, but I didn't write down any questions. Did anyone else note any questions I may have missed? All right. Kathy, why don't you continue with your announcements that you were patient enough to wait?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. On May 15th, a gunman at a Buffalo supermarket embracing a white supremacist ideology opened fire at a supermarket in a predominantly Black neighborhood of Buffalo, killing 10 people and wounding 3 more. The mass shooting was the deadliest in the United States this year and among a spate of racist attacks in recent years. The newspaper said, and I quote, "Around the same time, a manifesto attributed to this shooter appeared online, repeatedly invoking the racist idea that white Americans were at risk of being replaced by people of color. The view is known as replacement theory and was once linked to the far right fringe, but has become increasingly mainstream," unquote. I shudder again at the state of racial divide in our country. Every one of us in Marina, whether we are Black, white, brown, or Asian, need to wholeheartedly reject and denounce this ideology of replacement theory and pledge that we will never, and I say never, tolerate or condone it if ever it surfaces in our beloved city. Our voices must be louder than the voices of hate. We in Marina uphold decency to our fellow man and woman who are our neighbors, friends, and families. We strive for and will protect our diversity and see equity and inclusion as essential parts of what makes Marina special and unique in this world. You will hear my voice many times as a reminder that Marina does not subscribe to racism in whatever forms it may emerge. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Kathy. Our atmosphere in our city and how our city looks, it matters a lot to our community values. And there's been a recent uptick in graffiti tagging, probably more appropriate, where people use spray cans and tag light posts, signs, and such. And it comes and goes. And I think in the last couple of weeks, it's come back. But we'll clean it up both with staff help and volunteer help. So if you do see graffiti please tell somebody that we'll do something about it so we can get rid of it as soon as possible. And litter is another sort of, community value matter. I want to thank the 6 volunteers that collected the monthly bounty of litter along Del Monte Boulevard as you head north out of town and Lapis Road. It looks clean now due to their efforts. And then on Mother's Day, about another 6 people came out to the area that's being lived in under trees and bushes by Salinas Avenue behind Preston Park. And there were 27 large trash bags collected and about 5 shopping carts and a lot of bulky items. And city staff was kind enough to pick them up pretty much the next day. And the Monterey Regional Waste Management District, that's renaming itself Regen Monterey staff do the same. They pick up the garbage that we collect off of Lapis Road and Del Monte Boulevard. So there's partners in every case. And it's great when volunteers step forward to help make our community safer and better respected and maintained. It takes all of us to try to help out in that way. And on those lines, this Saturday, as every Saturday, we'll have a 9 to 11 volunteer event outside the Marina Library at the Oak Woodland Community Garden from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's being attended every Saturday by 15 to 30 people, and everybody has a lot of fun. They get a lot done. A lot of what we do is to prepare for our future Hilltop Park. And this Wednesday at 5:30 p.m. and every Wednesday from now on, we'll be starting to collect seeds this year. It's our second year collecting native seeds from native plants in local areas around Marina. And those seeds will be used to grow plants to be planted at Hilltop Park during our next rainy season. That's every Wednesday at 5:30, and it'll meet at different places. So you just have to get on our email list, and you can do that by emailing me or calling me at 277-7690, 277-7690. This Sunday, we'll have a 9 a.m. Community cleanup. We're going to pick up all the litter and remove graffiti around the overpass area of Highway 1 at the end of Del Monte Boulevard near $1 Avenue. We'll be parking at the end of Marina Drive, just past San Pablo Court near the railroad tracks. And we'll walk from there and pick everything up and clean everything up from 9 a.m. Until noon. So these are significant volunteer events that are ongoing because the issues are ongoing and maintenance is needed, whether it's your kitchen or your garage or these areas here. We have to maintain our city to keep it as clean and well respected as possible. And that really helps in a lot of different ways, including public safety. All right, so we'll move on from announcements now and we'll go to our consent agenda. Did any member of the public wish to pull anything or ask a brief question or make a brief comment of any item that's on our consent agenda? And there's about 8 different items there. Okay, let's go to the council, starting with City Council Member David Burnett. Same question on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a quick question, and trying not to pull if not necessary. F2 and F4. My question on F2 has to do with the design standards for the different housing types. And what I want to make sure is that we are instructing the consultants to prefer or to move or to downplay the single family and more for the affordable, multi units. Will there be an opportunity for the council or for the planning commission to weigh in on what the values are for the community as to what types of housing we would like to see? I think between Sea Haven, the Dunes, and the proposed station, a Marina station, we will have more than enough single-family, well-developed, well-built homes, but we are lacking horribly in the number of affordable units that are being built in the city. So that's my question for that. Can I get an answer to that? And then I'll ask my question on the F4.
Christy Hopper is our senior planner. Christy?
Yeah, right, correct. I'm the planning manager. So the goal of the release for the RFP is to get a consultant to do basically comply with state law. And so that's exactly what we're doing. Councilmember Burnett, I appreciate what you're saying, absolutely. However, what we have to do, according to state law, is we have to have actually standards that say, you know, where is a building sited? You know, how high is it? Are windows placed somewhere? What if you remember 3298 Del Monte, and I know that the council was very upset about what happened there. There was not the ability for the council or the planning commission to actually do anything about window placement adjacent to single family residences and things like that. What we're doing now is we're going to be able to have objective standards to you know, to really modify what our kind of soft standards are now. And Guido, I know you want to say something. Go ahead.
No, you're doing an excellent job, Christy. I would just, to answer the council members' questions, is that's a very valid question, but how much affordable housing is not necessarily the question we're answering tonight. We're really trying to provide a mechanism to give us authority by which the multifamily and the mixed use projects, how they're designed, not where. Where is more of a question for the general plan.
Right.
We're going to be kicking off that process later in the year. So that is a very, very valid question, but maybe for a different time.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is different. This is something that's going to give the city much more control over design and siting of projects. And so this is a very, very important, project, if you will. And if you, in the staff report, we are going to be funding this by grants. Yeah. So there's no fiscal impact at all.
So to follow up on both Christy and Guido's answer, so my question really was, would there be an opportunity for either the Planning Commission or the council through public hearings for the public and council and the commission to weigh in on what our values are in terms of these design objectives? So these values representing the size and the number of units that are being allocated or laid out in our general plan. So what I'm asking, I guess, is that I feel that we have enough of one type of product already in our city, and I want to make sure that we have an opportunity to voice that what we need are different types of housing, that the single family home is well represented in our city, but what is not represented are other housing types of the more affordable nature. So that was kind of my question. Well, I didn't express it well, I guess.
Councilmember Burnett, I totally understand what you're saying.
Okay. Okay, then my second question.
Well, but let me answer your question real quick.
Okay.
We are controlled by the state on how we, well, one, we have our ordinances that tell what our density is, right? And then we also have what the state tells us what our density is based on our zoning. So I think that we're going to see some modifications, definitely, that come with the downtown vitalization plan. That's going to see some significant upzoning. So the objective standards are really a design part and not necessarily a density.
I appreciate that. I understand what you're saying as well.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So In that regard, then, the item, I misspoke. Instead of item 4, I really wanted to talk
Excuse me,
about item
David,
3.
before you move on, you've opened up that item, and I'm glad you did. But I have a question. But before we ask my question, I want to make sure that Christina Medina Dirksen or Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Bell, did you have a question on this agenda item of F2? Go
Yes,
ahead, Christina. You're muted, Christina. Go ahead. Kathy.
I said, yes, I'm wondering if it should be pulled, just for some clarifications.
If I can just clarify that all this item is strictly to authorization to issue an RFP. This is going to come back to the council, and there's going to be many public hearings to talk about standards and things like this. This item is strictly just to get your okay to issue the RFP. This is coming back for lots more detail down the road.
Go ahead, Christina.
My question had to do with commercial. How come does the law exempt commercial standards from this process, or from AB whatever it was?
It would be a mixed use only. So if there's a residential component, it would be included. If there's no residential component, then it would not be included.
Okay, she's muted, so I think that was her input. Mayor Pro Tem Biala?
I think our city manager just clarified it, because I would like to be able to speak, for quite a long time on standards, et cetera, but that isn't for this item. And so I think we really need to kind of truncate the discussion at this point and say it's only to get the consultant RFP in place, because this is a huge topic that we could go on all night about. So I'm going to refrain from doing that, and I hope that other folks do as well, and that we just see this as a consent agenda item to approve the contract.
Councilmember Burnett, did you have more input? Your hand is up.
Yes, I did have 2 items that I wanted to ask questions and not necessarily pull. The second was F3, which is sort of related to my first question. So this, the housing element progress report, this is, well, I guess I understand now that I'm thinking in my head what this really is, and I guess my questions don't really apply, other than to ask, will the report itself be presented either at the Planning Commission or at Council in a way that the community is aware of what our numbers are and what our goals and targets are for the housing element?
Thank you, Councilmember Burnett. So the housing element progress report was included in your packet, and I know that it's really difficult to read. If anybody needs a hard copy or something like that, we did our best to send it to you. What we received from the state is a very, very detailed Excel spreadsheet, if you will. And what we're trying to do is report the numbers that the housing that we've done. And I have to say, Marina is doing a really good job with our housing numbers. We're really doing a great job. And so what this whole thing is to authorize us as the city to send the report to the Housing and Community Development as well as the state, and just let them know, hey, we're doing a good job and we're complying with state law. So that's all that this is, and it's just a requirement that the state has. There's nothing else.
Well, I was just hoping that you would. I appreciate the report, okay, but I was hoping that there would be a report out to the citizenry, either on our website or either at a council meeting, to tell the public how well we are doing. That's what I was asking for.
I think that's a great idea. And I'll write that down. That's something that could be an additional website portion of planning. I think that's great. Thank you.
David, did you have another issue? Another agenda item? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Mayor, I don't know whether I get concurrence for this, but 8G2 and the action item 11D are all about the green waste recovery programs and some of the surplus funding, and then in how we are going to increase fees. And I think that I would like to pull this item and put it in with the discussion of 11D, because in fact, in 11D, it does refer to the issue on 8G2 on the consent item. And so it would be actually very much easier to understand what one has to do with the other, or as it may be, not have to do with the other, even though it's referenced in the action. So so I'd like to pull 8G2 and put it during the discussion of 11D.
Okay, let's do that. Now motion that we approve the rest of our consent agenda, minus that item 8G2 that regards our solid waste crediting surplus money.
I'll second.
All right, Anita, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Anita. That motion passes with the four of us voting unanimously. And we'll move on to the future Hilltop Park. And Brian McMinn, our Public Works Director, are you going to lead us through this?
Yes, Mayor, members of council, we have Byron Williams from Vandertulen. If he could be brought over to the panel, and probably Don Hofer from the Dunes as well. They may want to speak on this item. Byron will be part of making a presentation after my slides.
Okay, thank you.
And let's see if I can share screen.
I've moved over Don Hofer. I don't see Brian at the moment.
Byron's been moved over as well. Okay. All right. Hilltop Park. So just kind of a reminder, it's been quite some time since this has come to City Council, but last time that the concept plan was approved by City Council, there were a lot of details about the planting that needed to be resolved in Hilltop Park, with an emphasis on native planting. So the City Council established an ad hoc committee that included the Mayor Bruce Delgado, and from the Recreation Cultural Services Commission, Chair Darlene Riddler, and Commissioner Jeff Uchida, Public Works Commissioner Mike Owen, Tree Committee member Greg Simmons, Marina Tree and Garden Club, Julie Hoffman and Grace Silva Centella, Citizens for Sustainable Marina, Karen Anderson, and from CSUMB, Dr. Fred Watson. City Council also designated Dr. Fred Watson and the mayor as liaisons between the ad hoc committee and the developer as this went forward. So at the June 15th City Council meeting, the City Council approved what was Exhibit A in the staff report. That was the state of the concept at the time, but also had 14 criteria that they wanted to be finalized or explored in more depth, and that was the reason that the ad hoc committee was established, to address these 14 criteria. I won't go into all of them, but a lot of stuff to do with planting. There's been quite a bit of input from the ad hoc committee and the liaisons, a number of meetings. The liaison, developer and staff met on September 24th, and as well as December 3rd, working through planting lists and made enough progress to come back to the ad hoc committee with an update on December 16th of 2021. Subsequent to that, Fred Watson provided a map of native species map, which I believe is it's Exhibit B in the staff report. And that was really instructive in helping inform one of the criteria for routing of the trail to the top of the hill in such a way that it avoids existing native species that the council had expressed wanted to be preserved. Based on that map, again, we met on April 4th with the liaisons, developer, and staff, and further refinements, as well as a proposed realignment of the trail to avoid native species. And then there was a meeting on April 21st to report to the ad hoc committee and give further input into the concept that is attached to the staff report as Exhibit C. So you see there's been a lot of input into that. Subsequent to the April 21st meeting, the Exhibit C was prepared and attached to the staff report. The packet went out to the public, and there were a number of questions. Well, we'll get to those. Differences from the Exhibit A and the Exhibit C concept plans. You'll see a realignment of the trail from 9th Street to the hilltop. You'll see plant establishment criteria, which is an attached Exhibit D to the staff report. There's a proposed 2-year establishment of hydroseeding in the graded areas, and that's to ensure that the hydroseeding does take root and sufficient number of the plants grow to maturity. And then it leaves open the opportunity for collaboration on the native planting in the native habitat area. And one of the concerns raised during all these meetings and taking on the park is the continued maintenance by city staff and concerns about staffing levels. But those concerns were raised. We did have some questions that were raised by the liaisons, and as well as some questions from one of our ad hoc committee members. These first few questions were from the mayor, who provided a lot of input on the plannings. And I'll go through these real quickly, because we want to make sure that these are addressed and incorporated as needed by city council direction into what is Exhibit C. The first questions that the mayor presented were related to Exhibit A, which was only included in the packet to remind council of where this was left, what was approved before this went into the ad hoc committee. We were going to go to this question 15. And could this document's final version call areas 1 through 3 something more intuitive, such as area 1, steep slope seeding, area 2, general slope seeding, area 3, native, existing native and weed eradicated planting areas. Currently they're named area 1, steep planting area, area 2, bluff planting area, and area 3. This would clarify the areas will not be planted but seeded. 1 through 2 are seeded. Area 3 would be planted, not seeded. And so the answer is the specific naming of the 4 planting areas. They've been they're consistent throughout the review by the ad hoc committee and liaison meetings. The final approved concept plan that's attached, if council makes their recommendations, that is used as a guide to prepare the construction documents. The construction documents themselves will make it clear to the contractor where seeding and where planning will be performed. A question about area 1, steep slope planting area. Since the weight of 1 yellow brush lupin seed may be the same as 200 or more sticky monkey seeds. Why 24 pounds of each? Do we want many times more sticky monkey flower than yellow brush lupin? Consider using only 12 pounds of sticky monkey and adding 12 pounds of sea cliff buckwheat. Answer: a seed type and quantity changes requested were provided at the meeting on April 4th, 2022, and were addressed along with approval of seed amounts as is now shown. All hybrid seed specifications, seed quantities, requested revisions and recommendations to date were reviewed and are as provided by Pacific Coast Seed. Staff is recommending approval of the final concept plan with any changes directed by City Council. Area 2 question, similar to Area 1, different types of plants. Only 1 pound of small shrub Horkelia cuni. I'm going to butcher these. I'm sorry, Mayor. Likely to be one of the most successful pioneers of exposed disturbed slopes. Suggest reducing the pounds of perennial grass Festuca idahoensis from 8 to 4 pounds, and increased in the Horkelia from 1 to 5 pounds. And same question, basically, the seeding is in Exhibit C as per the meeting on April 4th. Staff is recommending approval of final concept plan with any changes directed by City Council. We did have a number of questions from Dr. Fred Watson. Question 1 is requesting remove from planning list of Area 1 this whatever that whole name. I didn't take Latin in school, I guess, but and that reference to the Monterey cypress in Area 1, and that was left in there because there was approval to plant cypress west of the dog park, which is within Area 1. Removing from plant list Area 3, this fasciculatum, whatever that is, removed from Area 1, but also needs to be removed from Area 3. It was previous, and the answers was previously approved and recommended per Hilltop plant list spreadsheet on December 10th, 21. So, again, these are all subject to council input into this final planning list here. And then question 3, removing from planning list Area 3, a replacement of these 2 plants. And that particular plant was previously approved and recommended per the Hilltop plant list spreadsheet on December 10th, 21. So you can kind of get a sense of how detailed these reviews and discussions went with the ad hoc committee and the liaisons. A lot of work has gone into these planning lists and a lot of refinements. Even up until now, hopefully we can address these questions and incorporate any changes into the final planting list. But ultimately, the concept overall is approved, but what is coming to council tonight is approval of the planting lists that will go into the contract drawings. So, well, there's more questions from Fred, sorry. There's some photos that the plants were removed from the list, but there were still some photos on the concept. For question 4 and 5, those photos will be removed. And then there was a planting list in Area 2. There was a grass that was agreed as an alternative on the April meeting for replacement of the red fescue requested. Grass is a California native and a Fort Ord identified species per David Steyer's Flora of Fort Ord reference book. So, and that's the end of my presentation. We do have Byron Williams here, the landscape architect, and he can take you through Exhibit C and the planting lists that are in before the City Council tonight, and kind of go over where we are, and then there are the questions and answers that I just presented for council consideration of any changes. So with that, Byron, do you have the ability to share screen?
And while you're getting going, Byron, this is Mayor Delgado. Brian McMinn, I did send you also a question 18 at the same time that I sent you the other three that you did, well went over. So you covered the first three, but you didn't cover the last one, which was question 18 with a comment 18, and it's significant. So I hope we cover that, before too long.
Okay, well, I'm sure we can get to it, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Byron. We'll turn the floor over to you, Byron.
Right. Thank you, Brian. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I do not have with me a shared screen. I'm at home and I don't have the PDF on here. Brian, can you provide
Yes.
that and I can walk through?
I will do my best. I can't.
What would you like to share first? What would you like our staff to share first on the screen, Byron?
The conceptual plan, the L 1.0, April 26th.
There we go.
I think that's
And can
Exhibit
you see
C.
that? Wait a minute. Yes, Exhibit C. Can you see that now on the shared screen?
Yes.
Yeah, if
Okay.
you could blow it up as much as possible because it's not legible, so small, the font.
Which part? Oh, great. This is going to be real fun through this nice slow streaming. It's a big file.
Would it be better if Matt Moguson did it from City Hall? Actually, I don't know if Matt's in City
No,
Hall.
he has this.
Okay.
Yeah, if you email it to me, Brian, I can try, but
Oh, you go ahead, Brian. I'll email it to,
Well, I have just the file itself, so hopefully we can. Oh, this is going to take a long time.
Well, we can see it right now. Yeah, it'd be nice to blow it up a little bit. Can everybody see it right now? Can you show like your hand or a marker to move around, Brian?
Well, I have it up now on my screen. Can you see the Exhibit C?
yes, and we can see your cursor.
Oh, that's
We
good.
just can't see any written letters. They're too small.
Okay.
Okay. So this first sheet has changed in terms of the path to the top of the park itself. Originally, we had the path went through the existing vegetation and where the native plantings are. You see it's the dark image overlay, and you can see the image up above it. So prior to the first 2, 3, actually we started this in July of last year, and we had trails go through there. Yeah, exactly, just like that. And throughout the changes to this concept plan, we were asked to get a little bit more defined, show us where the grading limit works. And so we worked with Civil, what his plans were for the grading limits. We fine-tuned where the existing plant material was in relationship to 8th Street. So it's a lot more detailed from what we originally had, as you can see from the previous one that Brian had just put up. So it saves with this new layout, and this was, I believe, the original layout for the switchback up to the top of the park. And just to give you an idea of the elevation differences, 9th Street's up at the top, and then bottom is 8th Street. And there's between the two, there's like 40, 50 feet difference in elevation. So we got quite a steep slope. As we started getting more and more into it, the detail, the design, the layout started getting a little more refined. The 8th Street was getting more refined in terms of the right of way, and then how that existing vegetation actually went over the proposed 8th Street over there. So the 8th Street is not going to be installed. So it's going to be a little bit of a challenge to stake that right-of-way line. So we're not planting trees and oaks and plant material that will eventually be demoed when the street comes in. So that's a challenge that's going to be worked with the civil engineer on the construction documents. So we're not planting something that we're going to have to take away after established, as well as temporary irrigation that we'd like to get established up there. So the bulk of the last, I'd say, 6 months has not been really on this plan sheet. We've just really showed a little more detail, updated the image to a more recent image of what is there after grading had been done, some rough grading. And so the bulk of the discussions and all the meetings have been on the next sheet, the exhibit, which would be L1.1, which is the area descriptions. And so this is the second sheet that he's bringing up right now. So all these areas are unique planting areas. They're unique in terms of the plant material that is proposed for each one. And they're just a combination of forbs, shrubs, and grasses, and different heights and so forth. So those areas, we'll start with area 1, as you can see with the grading. Those are the steep 3-to-1 slopes. There's the switchback that goes up to it, and those areas we're recommending in the area 1 planting to be hydroseeded. And with the hydroseed, that has all the wood fiber mulch, the erosion control, bonded fiber matrix, the tackifiers, stabilizers. We've got soil inoculates, compost, and everything else to really, this is, area 1's going to be the most sensitive area in terms of monitoring and making sure this is a success. And we work with Pacific Coast Seed to fine tune, as well as with Dr. Watson and the mayor and the ad hoc committee, as what the plant material, the seeds, the quantity. We've changed pounds per acre, seed totals over several different meetings, and then reviewed with Pacific Coast Seed. And so what you see now is the final seed mix for area 1 and the pounds per acre, the seed totals for those areas. Area 2 is the bluff. It's more flat, it's level, and that is a seed mix also, but it's more of a lower growth height range of plants in there. It ranges from from 10 to 18 inches in height. The same application in terms of the hydroseeding with the slurry mix, and it doesn't need all the bonded fiber matrix like the slopes. So based on Pacific Coast Seed, they're developing a specification specific to each of these 2 areas. Moving on to area 3 is a lot of work that has been done in this area in terms of fine tuning all the plants that were in there. This has changed dramatically and has been detailed in terms of the type of plant, the forb, whether it's a grass, a shrub, a subshrub, the sizes and so forth, and what the volunteers have been collecting, what has been potted up and germinated for live plantings and so forth. And that particular area, area 3, is an area that is from site-specific seed collections, as I said, through live cuttings from the volunteers, containerized plants. And at the last public hearing at the Earth Day, I was pleased to hear that Mayor DeGaldo said that there was 1,700 plants that were transplanted by volunteers, and I thought that was fantastic. So we will use those live plants, those containerized plants, and for those areas, which would be a lot more successful than doing any broadcast seeding in those areas. So area 3 has a lot more plant material, a lot more, and this was developed through all the responses, the through email recommendations from the ad hoc committee, the Mayor Delgado, Dr. Watson, the spreadsheet that was given to us late in the year, we actually removed several of the plant materials that we had in that area. We added a lot more plant material that was recommended based on that spreadsheet, whether it was going to do well. And whether it was native to Hilltop Park area, was it a recommendation, likely to thrive? And so all those plants were vetted out for, and we pulled out ones that just weren't, we felt as a group weren't going to succeed. And we also on this plan extended the Area 1 and Area 3. We had a viewport that we did not have before in the prior the February, which was requested because the park actually extends all the way out to 8th Street. And if you could point in on that little viewport, you can see it says Area 3, Area 1. It says see match line above to the right. Keep going, that little area up there. So you can see the match line continues on, and it continues all the way to where it turns from 8th Street onto California over there. So it was asked that we add a bunch more trees, a bunch more oak trees. And so we added many, many more oak trees for the back of the lots that you see. We widened viewports to show relationship to what those, the building lots in those houses, how they're backed and how they're oriented to the park itself. On the left is the model complex. And that's being constructed, or I believe it's already constructed, and there's open house this weekend. Area number 4 has changed a little bit in terms of plant material. We removed several of the trees that we had recommended before, like the California buckeye, and there's as Brian had commented on that, one question was, why are we still using Monterey cypress? We left that in, though you can see, well, maybe you can't see because it's so small. There's the majority of all the plant material, all the trees in here are, I'd say 95% of them are oaks. The Monterey cypress that's there is an existing, and we have very minimal, per the, so we're limiting Monterey cypress because that was one of the trees, as well as the pine, Monterey pines, as well as eucalyptus. We just don't want to inundate it with this area or use in these areas. The dog park planting area is similar to the front yard production planting in the production phases that we've been through for phase 1, 2, 3, phase 1C, phase 2, and so forth. So it has more of the ornamental grasses, ornamental plant material shrubs that are low water use, and definitely different from area 1, 2, and 3. It's more shrubs, materials, perennials, grasses, and so forth that are similar to the 9th Street right-of-way planting, the front yard, and the open space and parks that are nearby. Oh, and a few other things that, there's a lot of things transpire here. There is the grading of the trail. We were asked to push that out a little bit, and that's still being will be fine-tuned in the construction document phase with civil. We pushed it out from what the limited grading had shown, as well as the existing plant material. We're not planning on taking out any native plants other than the invasive plants. The invasive plants you can see in the text box there. We have we're recommending that the acacias, the Australian tea tree, the broom, the grasses, the pampas grass, the ice plant, all that stuff, all these invasive species be removed. whether it's mechanical, whether it's herbicides, and so forth. There's 5 eucalyptus trees that were asked to have a note on there, and we added a note to have the eucalyptus trees to be cut and stump ground, have them stump grind rather than have them left on site, which is they are right now currently. And we updated the seeding success criteria. We were asked to, the one item was the, was asked to break it down to two objectives. And the first one was a percent coverage of bare ground, a yearly target for that. And then a percent coverage, the second objective was to have a percent coverage for non-natives to stay under, to have a yearly target. So that would, our goals to reach in terms of the success rate, as well as, all the volunteers, all the installation and the temporary irrigation of the water, and everything has to be on point. And I believe it's going to be, as much time as we spent in terms of the plant material and the application process in terms of the hydro seed and the hydro, the live plants, the containers, and so forth. It's, I mean, to me, it's going to be a successful project.
Thank you, Byron.
You're welcome.
And not just thank you for tonight's presentation, but as you mentioned at some point tonight, that there's been a lot of work done on this, and I think a lot of positive changes were made. That's due to you and Doug Yant and Don Hofer, but mostly you are the one doing the work, and the rest of us are providing comments. So thank you for your extensive work on this. Yeah, Brian, can you enlarge, zoom in on where it says area 3, the box second from the right, and it has the longest list of plants, but then at the top of that window, under the line that says area approximately 3 acres, there's some very hard to read font, but it's important for my last question that we didn't go over, though I did submit it, a couple days ago, yesterday. Can you enlarge the font by zooming in on that portion just underneath where it says 3 acres?
I can, I have that question and answer in the PowerPoint that I can bring up, and then we would be able
So
to
on
see
the
it.
screen, on the screen now, it's legible to me, even though it's small font. But if you could bring up that question in my questions, then I think the font would be larger.
Yeah, if I can share screen. Okay.
So this is really important for area 3 because it lays out where the materials are coming from. And as everyone can see, there's a lot of detail, and I did not notice this detail until I looked at it yesterday. But at the top of the window, as stated on the agenda in the what we just saw, it says site-specific seed collection, live cuttings from volunteers, commercially available seed from local sources, and containerized plants. Those are pots, plants in pots from local nursery stock. But I think the reality is that the site-specific seed is being collected by volunteers, and there's a lot of it that's going to be collected by contractors because they're going to collect the hydromult seed. The volunteers are collecting the seed needed for area 3, which will be provided to the project in the form of potted plants. So saying that site-specific seed will be collected by those two groups is accurate. And the live cuttings, the volunteers have not discussed that yet. So probably if there's live cuttings, they'll probably be coming from the contractors. We may or may not have volunteers providing cuttings. We haven't gone there yet. It's possible, but so I don't think that saying live cuttings from volunteers is at this point accurate. So I think it would be accurate and flexible to say and or contractors. But what's really important is that commercially available seed from local, and then defining what local means. And I think 10 to 15 miles, that would be Fort Ord, Marina. That's what we're really talking about. That's consistent with our specific plan. So we want to make sure that local doesn't expand to Mendocino County or San Francisco or San Diego. and just to be clear, what we're talking about, I think 10 to 15 miles is there's a lot of seed source within 10 to 15 miles of this project. And you get further away from that and you risk different climatic conditions. And then where necessary, containerize plants from local nursery stock. So if for some reason you need to use containerized plants that they come from local nursery stock. But the volunteers are going to provide most of those containerized plants. So it's only where necessary in area 3, which we don't anticipate, but that the containerized plants come from a local nursery stock. So I see the answer there. It can be incorporated into the contract documents, and that's great. I'd like to either build a motion now or go to the public for comment. What would council prefer to do at this point? And we'll go to Councilmember David Burnett and then Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen. I'm sorry, I wasn't seeing the hands up. Well, let's go to David.
Just a quick question. Excuse my ignorance as it relates to biology. I know what I like, but I couldn't describe it if I had to pin my life on it. The subject of native, when I first moved to Marina years ago, there was a naturalist in the area that said that this part of the Central Coast was a nexus point for Native Americans many hundreds of years ago. And tribes would travel from the south and they would gather here and trade with tribes from the north and from the east. And there was a real coming together of different ideas. And I'm just wondering, would this be a good project for not just natives or local natives, but maybe restoration of some of these really older plants that were here long before it was settled? And is that something that's out of the question or beyond the scope of this project?
I'll just say very briefly that Area 1, Area 2, and Area 3, those lists that are there now have been modified by Byron and the developer team to be nearly 100% long-standing species that have been here for thousands of years.
Okay.
But to your point of including Native Americans, it's a great point. They might want certain plants that we're not including here, like California tule, which is a wetland plant, or other plants that Native Americans used. They may not grow well on this site, but it would definitely be nice to consult with Native Americans anytime we do anything in our area.
Well, I don't think plants that won't grow. I don't know if I would encourage that, but yes, that somehow we would recognize the indigenous people. This is this was their land. And if there was, I didn't know from the list if it did include long-standing species. So thank you for that information. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we've excluded anything that was neophyte, that was here possibly from human actions, Europeans, et cetera. That's all been excluded in for the most part, Area 1, 2, and 3, especially 3. But Native Americans might want something like mugwort, which they used for sleeping for better dreams and for sweats. So there are some Native American useful and medicinal plants that we're not including here that might do well here, such as mugwort. We've not looked at it through that lens that the Native Americans would use. So it wouldn't hurt. And part of my thinking tonight is that we be flexible a little bit, especially on Area 3, so that if there's some plants that we come across that everyone agrees bilaterally are very helpful to include, then we could incorporate some Native American collaboration in the near future before this is all done. And into the future, after 5 years from now, we can plant new stuff. There'll be opportunity with Native American and other people's input to continue to improve or change this area as conditions dictate or desired. Okay, I think Kathy Biel, I think you were, no, Christina Medina Dirksen, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have some questions, but I was going to suggest, since it had such public input from your ad hoc committee, we let them weigh in before we opt to wax on.
And Kathy's saying she agrees. So let's skip now to the public for public comment on this matter, beginning with Les Martin. Welcome back, Les.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to talk about this. This is a great plan. I love it. I don't have any recommendations on all these individual plants because I have a clue what plant you're talking about. But it's obvious that an awful lot of people put an awful lot of time into thinking through this. This is right up the street from my house. So my street goes right up to 9th Street on the corner there of this park. So this is very close to my home. I walked up there today. I went down to 9th Street, walked around the development, came up 8th Street. I actually walked on that area. Today was kind of a windy day, and it was very windy up there. So whatever you're planning on planting, you'll have to struggle with it growing sideways. And obviously, if the trees you're putting in place are going to need to be properly staked so they don't fall over or grow sideways. The existing trees, there were some very nice pines up there that are existing that are, I'm sure you're going to keep those. They look very, very nice. There's a lot of other plants in there. Some look nice, some were dead, a lot of trash. But I would say that it looks like an exciting plan. I'm really, as a Dunes resident, I'm really looking forward to seeing this happen. I appreciate all the hard work everybody's put into it. And I just caution you on very, very windy. It is absolutely a beautiful view from up there too. It's up above all the buildings, so you can see the bay from there. It'll be a very nice place for people to walk through. I look forward to walking through it with my wife down the road someday. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Les, for your comments. Let's go to Tommy Balea.
Hello, good evening, everybody.
Evening.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have a lot of rains this year, so all that sand's been shifting, been moving. Boy, I wish the plants all the luck in the world because our dry season and the winds we're having. Boy, it's going to be a hard summer. Heavy winds. I know those plants are sensitive, but I wish you all the best of luck. As far as gophers, they're just out of control everywhere. So good luck on that. Not unless somebody's there 24 hours a day policing them. I know it's a lot of work. You guys are doing a lot of planning, but you can't turn around because as soon as you turn around, you're going to see things that just going to change it just like that. I mean, Marina is nice. It's nice during the winter time, but when it comes to summer, the fog comes in. We're more of an indoor people. And that's why we're not going to see those things. We're not going to go to parks because it's going to be cold. But if that's your plan to build all this, that's great. Hopefully it doesn't use a lot of water. It sounds like you're going to use water management, or maybe they're all drought resistant. That's great. But you're putting a lot of emphasis on something that just probably ain't going to make it. I mean, it's just a fact. The winds have been horrific. My gosh, they've been so strong. The sand's shifting, the dunes are shifting. I mean, go ahead, take all that ice plant out. It will bury Highway 1 and then move on into Marina. It's just a fact. I mean, we live in front of the biggest ocean in the world. I wish it wasn't so windy, but we have high pressure, low pressure, and there's a difference, and that's what creates wind. I mean, it's great that you guys are doing all this, but I wouldn't put a lot of emphasis on it. I mean, the ice plant, granted, it's invasive, I admit it, and it's not native, but my gosh, it keeps the ground intact and the flowers bloom. I mean, go ahead, but it's a tough plant. I mean, it thrives. It doesn't need not a drop of water, but I understand it's invasive and to a lot of people it doesn't look good, but it keeps all the weeds down. I mean, the fire department said we have a fire apparatus, but you can't carry a fire truck on top of sand. It just ain't going to work. I mean, 1 gallon of water is 8 pounds. So if you put 50 pounds or 50 gallons of water in a fire truck, you ain't going to get far. So I hope with the rainy seasons and then weeding and gopher management, it's a boy, you better have a crew. It's going to take a full-time crew. I mean, I've landscaped and I've just run out of patience anymore. It's just not worth it. I mean, yeah, I could put a wire mesh underneath, and I have, but the gophers, I've seen gophers on my bike ride. They cross the street to get to somewhere else. They go above ground. So you have to have a wire mesh on top of it. It's an endless, and there's no enemy. They have the gopher snake, but once that eats one gopher, it's good for 60 days until it gets hungry again. So you would have to have massive amounts of gopher snakes to just tackle the gopher itself. It's just a battle that's not winnable. And I wish you all the luck. I know you guys are doing a lot of volunteering. That's great. But hopefully it's going to come and look really pretty, because I wouldn't mind seeing it. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy. And let's go to Fred Watson. And Fred, just so you know, I'm going to ask that your questions be brought up on the screen. So when we build a motion,
oh yeah,
we can incorporate those.
Yeah.
All right. So let's go to Fred Watson. We're trying to unmute you, Fred.
There we go. Am I audible now?
Loud and clear.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to speak to those questions I asked, or those suggestions I posed. The first one was Hesperus cyparis macrocarpa. That's the Monterey cypress. I requested that it get removed from planting list of Area 1. The response was that it's just near the dog park, but I zoomed right in close, and I can only see the symbols for cypress in Area 4. I don't see those symbols in Area 1. So I think, to me, it can be removed from the list of Area 1, and that would just keep things really clear, so that the cypress is restricted to the dog park and anywhere where it's already growing. The main thing is we don't want the cypress to be planted in any of the native areas, for example. Second one, Eriogonum fasciculatum. The request was to remove it from planting list of Area 3. And then another one, Horkelia californica, removed from planting list Area 3. Those two, I think the response was that they were already on an approved list or something. You know, it's been a little hard for us in our meetings to keep track kind of verbally of what we've agreed will be off or on the list. And I feel like this one just got slipped through the cracks a little bit. So it seems to me pretty easy just to remove it from those lists. I don't think it would put the development team out to do that. And what we'd be getting is species that are a bit more likely to survive on that hill and that are native to that hill, as opposed to species that are native to an area a little further inland that might not do so well in the more coastal location. So it should be a win-win-win on that. And then the final one was the Melica imperfecta, and that's a little outside my area of expertise, so I would defer to the mayor's expertise on that one. So overall, if we could remove those top 3 from the list, I think that would be great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Fred. And we'll give everyone a couple moments who haven't spoken to raise their hand if they wish to speak. Let's go to Karen Anderson. And before you speak, Karen, while we unmute you, just want to say thank you for the hundreds of hours that you've put into this project and continue to work with us every week.
Thank you. Thank you, Bruce. It's really been an honor to be part of this committee and to have been out in the field collecting seeds under the mayor's direction and avoiding rattlesnakes at every turn. Thank you, Councilmember Burnett. I think you're bringing up the likelihood that we need an Indigenous land acknowledgement as part of opening city council and other city meetings. And so it's a great idea. I'd also like to ask the city council to take in the Q&A answers, such as Dr. Watson just mentioned, and have those points incorporated into the the final product, so to speak. I'd also like to thank the Public Works Department for moving our soil toters from Monterey Bay Horticulture over to the Oak Woodland, where we've gone through 2 massive toters of potting soil, and we need at least another. And so thanks for helping move those for us. I appreciate the answer regarding the eucalyptus coming out. That was good. I'd like to add that the poison oak also come out professionally, if that can be possible. The topic of containerized plants, I just have to admit that the ground squirrels ate our acorns, so we don't have a crop of coast live oaks to plant there, so you'll have to get those from the nursery tray. And regarding ice plants, bunch grasses can do that too. They can hold soil on hills. And second point of Mr. Belea's is we definitely have a gopher snake deficiency all over Marina. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I look forward to continuing on with the work we've been doing, that C4SM and all of our volunteers have been doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karen. Okay, would anyone else like to speak by raising their hand first? All right. Fred, your hand just came up, but let's go to 5875. Last 4 digits of that phone number. And go ahead.
Thanks.
Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Might be a little broken. Yeah, speak slowly. You're a little tiny bit broken.
Okay. I just want to make a couple of comments on the Hilltop project. I'm one of the Citizens for Sustainable Marina volunteers. Am I being heard clearly?
Loud and clear. Hi, Tracy.
Hi. Unclear. Okay, do I continue or not?
Yes, please continue, Tracy.
Oh, okay. So I am one of the volunteers along with Karen Anderson that have been working Saturday after Saturday on these plants. We're very excited to have them go into this project. And I just wanted to make a few notes that I think are going to be extremely important to a successful project. I believe it was already mentioned that a contractor who knows native plants will be engaged to create the planting plan so that we as volunteer group know what types of plants and how many we need to plan to propagate. We have probably double what we had at Earth Day, but we still have a long way to go, and we want to make sure that our planting list matches what the decision is for the plants that will be there. So it's really important to have a clear plan. We are providing a lot of labor up front, the collection, the propagation of the seed, the caring for the plants, all the way up until they're planted at the park. But I believe that we would very much look forward to the developer contracting with an entity that does the majority of the planting. Although we would like to do some of the planting, we would expect the contractor to pay for getting a lot of that planting done, as well as a lot of the watering within that first 2 years. It was briefly mentioned that there would be a water supply and an irrigation system installed. I'm hoping I heard that right. It needs to go for at least 2 years and should be provided by the developer. We're just bringing so much to the project that it feels very fair for us to also ask the developer for some materials that we've been going through, lots of soil, lots of racks on the ground. We're going to need a little bit of shade cloth. There are materials that we'll need, and we're still going to be saving this developer quite a lot in all the work that we're doing. So we look forward to working closely together with the developer And I'm one of the newer volunteers, and I've just been so impressed hearing all the work that's already gone into this and the collaboration that has already been. Thank you so much. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Tracy, and thanks for all you're doing, ways to help this project out. Okay, so we'll close public comment. If anyone, last chance, anyone wants to raise their hand if you have not yet spoken. All right, so we'll close public comment and get to the questions. Yeah, Tommy, we will be using gopher baskets on containerized plants, and that's been very effective on Fort Ord and in Marina. So gopher baskets are the way to go to protect plants from getting eaten from beneath. And on top, we don't have a lot of mortality due to gophers on the surface. Though they do get on the surface, they don't go inside the gopher baskets. I've never seen that happen. But there's a trick to it, so we got to stay with best management practices to make sure the gophers don't devastate what we put on the ground, in the ground. Karen asked if poison oak could come out ahead of time. So to Byron, what is your thinking on that? You know, if volunteers or contractors have to work around poison oak, they can get sick. So Byron, what do you think? Or Don Hofer, can we discuss this in the future, if not tonight, about what to do with poison oak on site?
Yeah,
Go ahead,
I don't
Byron.
think that's a problem, Bruce.
Okay, that was
I
Don
don't know if
Hofer.
you guys can hear me. Yeah, yeah.
It's a city park.
Removing the poison. Yeah.
Okay. And me too. I remove a lot of poison oak at work because no one else seems to be able to do that, but it doesn't really bother me. So there's not a lot on the site, but it's an important point that she brings up.
Right.
And Don and company, are you already on board with paid staff of yours who are good at planting native plants to be involved significantly in the planting and the watering and the weeding? Although the volunteers will be there every step of the way, we're talking 20,000 plants, and that's just too much for volunteers to be expected to do everything.
Yeah, I think that's what the next step in this project is to develop, those detailed plans, Bruce, on how we get to the next level. I've talked to Karen. Karen and I spent some time talking through this issue. I understand it. I think there's got to be a balance, right? So we're fine with the concept of assisting. We just have to keep in mind that, again, I'm trying to put a park together where the idea was native emphasis, not native restoration. And so at some point there's a fine line here that maybe we cross if we don't keep budget conscious in mind. And I of course have to say that because that's my job. So but we appreciate the work everybody's doing. You guys have been incredible. You're doing a fantastic job. I think this has been a great partnership between us and the community, and we want to continue and see this through to completion. So we'll work through these details in the next couple of months here.
Okay. Yeah, I think it'll be a bargain basement funding requirement, and the quality you're going to get is going to be top notch. If you'll see as we visit the site and the plants, it's really a good partnership. Okay, I'm trying to make sure I cover all the questions. That's all I had written down. Tracy commented the contractors who are hired need to know native plants, and Dawn, I'm sure that's in your mind as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's going to need to be some expertise around that, and we're going to have to figure out how that works, because usually our contractors don't necessarily know native plants at that level. But I think the idea would be to make sure that we have the necessary expertise to execute. And so, again, that's a detail we can work through, right? I think.
All right. Okay, if there's no questions that people noted that I may have missed, let's move to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for this really in-depth presentation. So many details here and so much care that our community has put into this. I do have something to ask, a few things. Number one, not so much about the seating, but more so about the ADA compliance. So is this more of a conversation about the fauna and the flora there, or about its attributes?
No, I think that we talked about the trail rerouting. And so I think ADA is something we can have the developers and staff answer.
Because my question goes back to an experience we had recently with the park over at the dunes, where one of our youth members pointed out that things like wood chips are not very good or conducive for people in wheelchairs or people with different abilities. So I just want to be careful, or just bring up that ADA, ensuring that its accessibility is kept in mind, not just for able-bodied people. So I guess there's my question, do we have a plan for that? And or sight impaired? Have we thought about signs in Braille or anything like that?
So, Byron, do you want to answer that? You on?
Yeah.
When I can, or Brian. I mean, I can add.
Brian, okay.
I think there's a little bit of a number of us around this issue, council member. There are areas of the park that are going to be ADA accessible as required by the code, and so generally that the ADA accessibility requirement, I believe, is in the area around the dog park. As you get up to Hilltop Park, the accessibility standards that we'll be following are those generally accepted for natural park environments. And Byron or Brian, I don't know, I would love it if Andy were here, but Byron, you might be able to answer that question better, so I don't want to waste people's time.
Yeah, so Andy has graded it to, I believe it's the federal standards for trails and access trails. So it's not a concrete surface per se, but it is going to be a stabilized surface. So yeah, it's a different requirement. It's not the ADA that has to be 2% in all directions for play areas and so forth, and access into those accessible areas. So yes, it is going to be accessible, but it's going to be accessible to a federal standard.
So that doesn't include rubberized surfaces, and also the second question being Braille, or any ways for people of limited sight to be able to experience it.
So no, it does not include rubberized.
Go ahead, Brian.
Brian, was that you? Okay, so I'll answer because I don't hear anybody else. So it does not include rubberized surfaces. That is not a standard that would be applied to this park. This is more of a federal, sort of a national park standard for trails. And so to the top of Hilltop Park and whatnot, that does not include hard surfaces or rubberized surfaces that you might see in a playground or a park similar to that. In terms of Braille, I don't believe that's part of the standard either. I mean, we can always look into that if that's something that is important to folks. We don't normally include that as part of our park signage, but it's something we can look into.
Speaking of signage, will you have signage identifying the plants? Because that might be an option or a way. I'm just thinking of a way, if this is a passive park, to be able to exploit its specialness and its beauty for all. So I guess there's a question and possibly a recommendation.
We've started botanical labels at our Oak Woodland Community Garden near the Marina Library, and we expect to continue that. They're a great addition. I don't know that we want to make it a requirement tonight. We haven't talked about that, but I know that the developers would probably be interested, and the city would be interested in interpreting the site so it could gain more public appreciation and concern, so that the people protect it, because they protect what they love. Don, what's your thought about small little botanical type signage.
Yeah, I mean, again, the direction is great. We don't normally do that. This is a unique experience. And if that's something that, you know, folks are interested in, we can work through that in the next phase of park planning, which would be to do some of that. So it's pretty easy to do. You know, it's just understanding what people want. But with this group, you know, the botanical names, the detail, if there was some folks that wanted to continue through and help with some of that, you know, we would certainly set aside budget to help with signage.
Thank you, Don. And it's really low cost budgeting, but yeah, I think that's.
I did greatly appreciate that, having most recently visited the Monterey Bay Aquarium. And that's a big ideas and big concepts, but broken down. And I'm not suggesting different languages, but when we think about the people who will access and enjoy it, we want to be as accessible as possible. So I'd love for that to move forward in some way. Another question I have is 1,700 plants, and who led that effort? The seedlings, Mr. Mayor, who led the effort to ensure that we had 1,700 plant seedlings?
Yeah, I think we're closer to 5,000, but 1,700 is accurate, and that was what we put into pots. We transplanted into larger pots on Earth Day because they had outgrown their smaller 8-inch tubes. So we don't want them to get root bound prior to the December to January, February planting events that we'll have on Hilltop Park. So it's a group of volunteers, Citizens for Sustainable Marina, that are leading the seed collection, the sowing and the propagation, the transplanting, the watering, the weeding, getting everything ready for what we call showtime next rainy season at Hilltop Park.
So I'm narrowing down my question a little more. Whose idea was that?
It was so long ago, I can't remember.
We know.
I feel like
I
feel like an attorney in the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial here. Mr. Mayor, was it your idea? Was it or was it not your idea, or a practice that you supported to ensure the native plantings, the seedlings?
Yeah, I think everyone supported it. The developers came up with a plan they gave us about a year ago, and we thought that the list could include more natives. And so the developers, you know, are working along with that, warning us though that maybe they don't have them commercially available. So we wanted to make sure that we would be able to provide those so that they would be available, and that's why we're working so hard, kind of putting our money where our mouth is, so to speak, by providing what's a little bit difficult to do unless you're local yourself and committed to the concept.
So with that is,
our specific plan, our specific plan started that line of thinking, and then Fred kind of put our feet to the fire, reminding us, chapter and verse what our specific plan said, and then that there was the incident of the trees that were inadvertently or unexpectedly cut down, and that got our focus more to say, from now on, let's try to pay better attention to the natives.
so with that being established, have we considered at all along the way the contributions of you and the volunteers? Have we considered it all along the way the naming of this park? Because Hilltop Park exists in Monterey, and that would be I know it was a generic name given this, but there is a park in Monterey called Hilltop Park, and it's always been in the back of my head that it would not be good to have the name Hilltop Park. So my question is, have we considered any naming? And my follow-up question is, no, go ahead and start with the first question.
All right, Lane, Don, Guido, Brian.
The answer is no. I think it's been Hilltop Park in the specific plan, and it's carried forward. I don't think anybody's considered renaming it up until this point.
With that said, I'd like to just put it out there that the contributions of our longest serving mayor, Mr. Delgado, Bruce Delgado, and the fact that he's mobilized so many volunteers
might give us pause to consider naming it in his honor. I know that I will get a lot of rolling of eyes on that, but if there's anybody I can think of who really speaks for the trees and the botany of our area, it is our mayor. That was the comment. No more questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Christina. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
First, I think Councilwoman Medina Dirksen, you'll never get your answer that you were seeking, but I have to say that maybe the mayor would accept the title of cheerleader. Would that be acceptable if you're not willing to admit your role in the initial concept and design? So I think it's well deserved. So if we could go to page 9, Exhibit B, for just a minute, because I wanted to understand this. And I was glad to hear that the mayor was saying our goal is to get to 100% natives, correct? And on this chart on the side here, it has the little indicator is non-native, and I can't really see what it looks like. It's the white area. Do you see it? The last indicator is non-native. And is that the hatched white area with the sort of orange or brown lines? Is that what that refers to?
This was Fred Watson's map he put together. I don't know if Fred can speak to this.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, okay, so on your list on the legend, the last one says non-native and it looks like it's white. And does that refer to all of the white areas with the kind of horizontal lines going through it? Those are all non-natives? Where are the non-natives on this map? Because I can't see the symbol very well.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just got promoted to panelist and it dropped me out for a second there. The non-natives on the map are indicated with diagonal striping and with colors like pinks and purples, which I understand that some people might not be able to see from the color, but the diagonal stripes are the sort of blobs that have diagonal stripes through them. So yeah, out in the outer perimeter there where it's all generally white, those diagonal lines indicate things to do with grading. But if you look at the blobs where it looks like a plant is being depicted, some of those blobs have a solid color and others have these little diagonal stripes through the color. And they're the non-natives. There's one right there, a great big Leptospermum labigatum right there. And then down in the south, there's a whole bunch of blobs with diagonal stripes. Yep, down there, that's where you've got your Acacia longifolia and your Parasynthes. I forget the last name of it. So I hope that answers the question.
Okay, so it's not necessarily the white with the diagonal lines. You're saying when you have indicated the different species, and if they have lines through them, that means they are non-natives.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, so when I see all the white with the diagonal lines, that does not mean that areas are all non-natives.
Correct.
Okay, so like on the hilltop there, you have the green spot, which is the tree, and then all of the diagonal lines. That doesn't mean that they're non-natives there. It just means that there's probably not very much there.
Yeah, most of that area is bare sand that over the last 6 months or so is gradually being encroached by various plants that are just coming in on the bare sand. Some native, some non-native.
Okay, got it. Okay, so that helps me a lot because I was thinking, wow, there's a lot of non-natives out there. And again, the detail at which the experts, you included and Bruce, is just phenomenal. I mean, I almost can't understand a lot of what you're saying because I just don't have that technical expertise. But in general, it sounds like we would like all of this to be non-natives, natives, and that the invasive non-natives will be taken out. But there may be some non-natives that would remain because we're not maybe able to get to 100%. Is that correct?
Is that question to me?
Yeah, maybe it's you because you've done this map and I think you know best, what percentages are out there and what realistically we can accomplish.
Yeah, with respect to the non-natives that are on site now, there's some large non-native trees that are to remain, Monterey pines and cypresses. There's lots of annual grasses, European annual grasses that are in that generally native area that are pretty much impossible to remove. But aside from those two tree species I just mentioned, we're getting rid of all of the non-native small trees and shrubs that are highly invasive, removable, and capable of outcompeting natives. The real problematic ones are the ones that are on the list that Byron prepared to be removed.
Okay. And to keep that maintenance, those non-invasive non-natives, long-term, does that take a lot of effort because you have to keep going back and pulling them or removing them? Is that a long-term maintenance thing? Because even though you may remove it initially, it tends to come back, right? So there is long-term commitment for maintenance if we want to get to non-natives mostly. Is that true?
Many of the ones here that are a big problem now have just become so through neglect. No one's done anything on that site for 10 or 15 years. And if you leave anything on Fort Ord for long enough like that, you will get these highly invasive trees like the acacia and the leptospermum. But as soon as you're in there using the space with even a moderate amount of maintenance, you can keep those kind of non-natives at bay fairly easily.
Great. I'm glad to hear that. When we think about long-term maintenance, because I am very concerned about that as well, because there could be in the dog park or, on the trails because of horses and all of that. So I need to find out that the maintenance of this park, including the trails for people, dogs, and horses, is this assumed by the city or who is going to be responsible for that?
So, Mayor Pro Tem, once the establishment period is over and, the establishment criteria is met as far as percentage coverage and survivability for the plants, then the city would take over maintenance of the park. So we're looking at, after that 2 years.
Okay, and that's a very significant issue for me that we have seen that is one of the deficits, I think, of our city. And if we go through all this trouble and in 2 years, we have a park that is visibly and experientially not maintained, and especially with different animal droppings, et cetera. So I hope that we have that in our budget somewhere.
Hey, Brian, hopefully you guys can hear me. I'd like to make a clarification here, and that is that the 2-year maintenance period that's been discussed tonight is not something that we've yet agreed to, right? The 2-year period came from the fact that we could have irrigation in place with MCWD up to a 2-year period of time before they would require it to be considered permanent. And then you get into some really expensive connection charges. And so our typical maintenance period is not 2 years on the developer side. And so this, again, is detail we're going to have to work through as we go forward here and figure out how this is going to work. This was one of the concerns we had relative to a native restoration project, right? Sometimes those durations are much longer. And it's actually a consideration that goes all the way back to the original specific plan, is why the specific plan was identified that the Hilltop Park would have native plant emphasis, but not restoration. And so we've changed the program a little bit here. We'll continue to work on that, on how that maintenance works with you guys. But that is something that we have to continue to work on.
Okay, but can somebody, maybe Brian, answer in terms of the other maintenance issues for horses and in the dog park, et cetera? Is this something that we have budgeted for? I would hate to go into this and even at the start have these activities going on without any cleanup.
So, there is nothing in the budget for additional staff. That's going to require looking at revenue sources, because it's a structural need, ongoing need to, increase the resources available for maintenance of parks and landscaping.
Particularly in this case, because we have a dog park and we have horses as well. And it's not something for tonight, but I would like to ensure that the safety of the nexus of people and dogs and horses is really well thought out. I have to also talk about the planting list that's going to be generated. I mean, it's so phenomenal, the list of native species here on this project. And we have already the list, obviously, and it has always been my pet peeve that this city has so many landscape palette guidelines. I started off with the DRGs from FORA, and I know that Bruce and Karen Anderson were part of that, as well as other people. And it was really important that they got involved in that because the list was pretty abhorrent. Then we go to the downtown specific plan, and that has another landscape palette. And then now we have this one. And all the specific plans all have landscape palettes. And it just drives me crazy that we have not a consolidated way to present landscaping for our urban development. And so I would hope that this becomes the fundamental list and that we try to synchronize all these other ones if we're able to legally, because there are just so many and they're not consistent. And here you have poured in so much energy to develop this very important native species list. So that's just my request, and I don't know who would handle that, and whether we just keep bringing up this list as the list that has been so well vetted by the experts.
Well, Kathy, I think that anyone that goes by where these plants are being grown now to see them will see how beautiful they are. And I think that this list of plants would make people very happy who develop the Fort Ord plant guidelines, because it basically implements the Fort Ord guidelines almost to a T. There's a huge overlap between the species that were suggested there and the species that are being used here. And there is going to be momentum when this is successful to do the same sort of thing in our medians, just so that they're beautiful, low maintenance, native, etc. So I think we just stay tuned and get this project on its way to the point where people are satisfied. And I think that's going to be good timing for after the downtown plan when the downtown plan implementation, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we just keep an eye on this over the ensuing months. I think what you're envisioning has a real chance of happening.
Thank you. That would be so wonderful. I have one last question. Will the current volunteers at C4SM, will they be allowed to be able to work freely and to maintain this new park? Because I think we've been suggesting that special arborists or maintenance crews in the initial planting and seeding or whatever goes on in the forefront need to be very knowledgeable about native species. And I will tell you that one weekend I helped out in weeding on the oak woodland, and Laura Hoover had to admonish me because I was pulling out and trying to take these native grasses out, and she showed me which ones to take out, and I couldn't distinguish it, and I was actually trying to pull out a pretty tenacious native. So I know that these are really specialty skills to even be able to weed, or all the maintenance that goes into this, because quite frankly, many of the natives do look like weeds to the untrained eye. And so I hope that we will hire people to do this kind of maintenance, but also that the city allows these volunteer groups again to be really involved in the maintenance of this park.
There's planting and there's maintenance and there's watering, and these plants will do well and save money, but they can't be treated like landscaping plants in the HOA. So there's Burleson Consultants Incorporated, there's Return of the Natives, there's other consultants around who do this kind of planting and maintenance, and whether they're the primary contractors or they're in some advisory capacity until the primary contractors know what they're doing with these natives. We've been suggesting on that 14-point list that the city council approved that people with native plant experience be as involved as possible to get this right. It's not hard. It's probably easier than other plants, but you do have to have some expertise. It's not your normal gardener.
That is absolutely right, and something that I learned the hard way. So let's continue to have that in our mind. And I am just thrilled by this, the fact that so many community volunteers have assembled in a task force, and all these volunteers who have been so involved in this. It is phenomenal. And I don't even know that there is any almost 100% native park anywhere in our region. And this would be really, I think, a first. Is that not correct, Mr. Mayor?
The Oak Woodland Community Garden is pretty much 100% native.
Yes, but I'm saying that's because it's the same people involved. I'm saying, including that, I don't know that I can say that I have seen or been aware of anything like this in our region. So this is very special and was put together by very special people. So I'm very proud of this as a city.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so I would like to start to build a motion to approve the plans that we've seen before us with the following items. That in area 1, which is one of the hydro mulch areas, one of the seeding areas, that we reduce the 24 pounds of the tiny seeded monkey flower to 12 pounds. And instead we incorporate those 12 pounds that we save to add Eriogonum parviflorum, which is a hardy buckwheat shrub. And then in area 2, we reduce the perennial grass Festuca idahoensis, which is a fescue, from 8 to 4 pounds. And that with those 4 pounds, we increase in area 2 the very hardy little shrub called Herculia cuneata from 1 pound to 5 pounds, sorry. So reduce the Festuca by 4 pounds, increase the Herculia 4 pounds. And that also in area 1, I'm so sorry to go back and forth with my notes. Also in area 1, that we remove the Eriogonum fasciculatum, which Fred Watson suggested. And that also in area 1, we remove the cypress as Fred suggested. And now to finish out with area 2, as Fred suggested, we remove the grass, the perennial grass, Melica imperfecta, and we replace it with the much more appropriate and hardy perennial grass, Coleria macrantha, which is June grass, and grows very well at the Oak Woodland Community Garden next to our library, and it will do well at the park. And then moving on to area 3, I would like to share my screen because the source material, who's giving what as far as plants, etc., is pretty important so that it's understood by all what our role will be between contractors and volunteers. So at the bottom of this, we wanted to read that site-specific seed collected by volunteers and or contractors, live cuttings from volunteers and or contractors, commercially available seed from local, that is within 10 miles of Fort Ord, not San Diego or Mendocino counties, example, sources, local sources, and very importantly, because this is what we're already doing, containerized plants, that's in pots, from volunteers or, where necessary, from local commercial nursery stock. Also, with area 3, that we replace Horkelia californica, which kind of slipped through the cracks, with Horkelia cuneata, which is everywhere on Fort Ord and Marina. And then in area 3, that we use gentlewomen agreements, that we stay a little bit flexible so that if new species come in or out of area 3 that developers and the volunteers want, that are in the vein or in the spirit of native, local, hardy, appropriate plants, that we're not completely stuck on this list of area 3 where we're going to be planting and growing lots of plants. So just that we encourage some flexibility. And then fourthly, that the success criteria, that we have a very skeletal list right now where it goes to bare ground, similar to the weeds, that the success criteria include a maximum bare ground. You know, you don't want 80% bare ground, you don't want 50% bare ground. How much bare ground is acceptable? How much weeds are acceptable? We don't really know right now, but that the skeletal success criteria we have now is only slightly modified so that there's a maximum of bare ground that we come up with. It says the same thing right now for weeds. It should say the same thing for bare ground. And lastly, that the collaboration with volunteers continues, and that the developer and volunteers have discussion about reimbursement for approximately $7,000 worth of soil that volunteers have paid for out of pocket. And that we provide receipts, so we're not asking for anything we didn't buy for the project. There's a discussion there. I'm not demanding that we get 7,000 or 5,000 or 8,000 or 3,000. I'm just saying that we look at the receipts, and I'm sure the developers can be fair and reasonable to reimburse us for these material costs, and that the developers remain open to a discussion to fund future expenses. And we expect those future expenses to be $7,000 to $15,000. And we'll talk about that offline with developers. And I want to remind everyone that we might be providing 20 to 25,000 plants that are going to be worth, if you bought them on the street in wholesale prices, $80,000 to $100,000, and that we're providing about $50,000 of labor. So it dwarfs the money that we'll be asking for, but that this motion include collaboration to include discussion of these points. As long as everyone's fair, we'll get through this. And lastly, something that's already obvious to the developers, but I want to make everyone else make it obvious to them, that we're relying on Byron in area 3, in all areas, but area 3 where the volunteers are coming in heavy, that we want Byron and his excellent mapping skills to provide us the construction plan for area 3 so that we get the proper number of plants to the site. So Byron can put them in the, two plants per square meter or whatever is appropriate, so that we grow just the right number of plants and just the right number of species. I'm sorry, the plants of each species. but that's one of Byron's expertise and fortes. It's not ours. And he's already planning on doing that. But once we have those construction plans, we'll know exactly how many plants of which species to put into Area 3 with these pots, these containerized plants, so we can collect those seeds and grow them. So that would be my motion, and I'm happy to repeat it, although it's very long. So if there's a second, otherwise it fails for a lack of a second.
I'd like to second, but I'd like to ask for a friendly amendment.
Go ahead, Kathy, this is the time.
Can you add that the city develop a long-term funding and maintenance plan specific to this park and put a timeline on it? I'm not sure what that should be, but I would like it to coincide with the completion, at least, of most of the park plans.
Yeah, I'm sure that Don Hofer's team will really appreciate this, because they need to know that what they give us, we're going to take care of, or it's for waste, what they've done. So I'll add to the motion that the city develop a long-term monitoring and maintenance plan before the developers turn it over to the city for city responsibility.
Mhm. I'd also like to add the funding component that we need to understand, that comes out of it, but if it's the city's partial responsibility, we need to prepare for funding.
Okay, then I'll reword that last friendly amendment to say that the city will develop a funding and maintenance plan for this park prior to city taking control of it from the developers.
Great. My second holds.
Okay. The only thing there is we didn't give a time. And so, I'm sure the developer doesn't want to be held up because the city doesn't have a plan yet. So Lane, Brian, how do we handle that as far as the timing of getting a funding and maintenance plan?
I don't think that'll be a problem because we'll be starting our budget process again, December, January, and that will be part of that budget process is we'll include that park with our other parks. And so we'll be well into our budget process before this project is even completed.
Okay. One comment I want to make before we go to David and Christina and more with Kathy is that the developer brought up irrigation. And I think the 2 years, if we can include watering this site the first 2 summers. So we planned it in early 2023 during the rainy season, whatever that means. And then we water it the summer of 2023. We water it through the summer of 2024. At that point, I think it will be on its own. And that is approximately 2 years, a little bit less. So I think we're on the right page, although the developer may not want to pay for the watering after a year or 6 months. I'm not really sure about how that's going to work when the turnover of paying for the watering happens. But as long as the watering does happen for those first 2 summers and gets us into that second winter, I think the site is going to be fine. It might need some irrigation, but it's not going to need the kind of irrigation it will to get established. So Kathy, let me go back to you. Sorry for interrupting. Do you have more input?
No, based on what Lane's saying, can we say that the funding and the maintenance plan then can be completed at least by June 2023? So it would coincide with our decisions for the next budget cycle. Is that acceptable, Lane?
It's acceptable to me, Lane. Is that acceptable?
Yes, as long as our budget is adopted by June, sometimes it might be a month or 2 months over, but I think if it, as long as it's when we adopt our next budget.
Yeah, so I'll for the second time, I'll amend this, that the city provide a funding and maintenance plan for Hilltop Park prior to the adoption prior to the adoption of FY 23-24 budget.
Great. I still second.
Kathy, do you have more input?
No, thank you.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Sorry, had to jump through a few hoops. I was just gonna suggest, and I'm not sure if it's necessary, the friendly amendment to the emotion is just that we also consider eh, my point of including signs or labeling or mindfulness for differently abled people.
Okay, Christina, so if we said something like the city and the developer will come up with a botanical signage plan, or did you want more signage? You know, can you describe the kind of signage that you'd like?
Well, what I was thinking is, yes, either labels that include Braille and or an interpretive sign upon entering, egress and entering and leaving the park. So a sign that would say what you're entering, its significance, and also to include it in Braille or other, I guess I'll just say in Braille.
Okay, let's turn it over to Brian. I think he's probably best for this.
We'll have to look into the standards for Braille signs. I'm the Braille signs I've seen have been more in buildings and stuff at, prescribed heights and locations where people know where to look. We'll have to see if there are any standards where people might know to look for those signs in a more in a park setting, because we do want to put them where they would actually be looking for them, if there is a standard for that out there.
Right, Don Hofer, what's your input on how we move ahead with signage?
Sorry about that. Yeah, I like what Brian's saying on Braille. I mean, we have no problem sort of, appropriating some budget for this and then sort of figuring it out. On my comment earlier, I was sort of thinking that what we were talking about was botanical signs. So, you see this in botanical gardens as you're walking through. There'll be a nice specimen of something, and there'll be a little bit of a sign that identifies what it is, which is really helpful, right? Because somebody might say, "Hey, I want to put that in my yard." It's just helpful to know what it is. So we'll do that. We can work with the team to go through that, and then council member, in terms of your thoughts around accessibility and Braille and whatnot, we're happy to work with you. It sure seems like you have some thoughts and ideas on it that we're happy to support in whatever way we can. It is a little bit of like making sure that whatever we do has good. It's done appropriately and it makes sense, I guess. And it's kind of hard to see that right now, but we can look for opportunities as we're developing the construction documents, and then maybe go from there. And so if you want to include sort of a soft motion around that issue, we're happy to move forward with that, or we'll just do it anyways, however you want to go.
Sure. I was just going to add, we do have a nonprofit called the Center for Blind and Visually Impaired, so perhaps we might have input from such an organization that probably works in these areas. But yes.
Yeah.
So what I would suggest for your motion is something to the effect that we'll look at appropriate ADA type standards that would be broad enough that would look at both Braille and other types of ADA uses, and then we'll just explore it from there if that would work.
Okay, so is the ADA that we're talking about right now limited to signs, because we've already taken care of other ADA considerations?
I would think we'd want to look at signs and any other type of ADA things that we aren't necessarily talking about, but there are some best practices out there that we certainly would want to be aware and explore those.
Okay, then I'll say that we'll add to the motion, if the seconder is willing, that that the developers and the city will discuss appropriate ADA signage and botanical labeling.
Second holds.
Okay, Christina, do you have more input?
I just hadn't put my hand down yet.
Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess a question, a comment. Comment is, I think that may be the longest motion ever constructed at a city council meeting in the city of Marina, at least for 2022. I was trying to follow it, trying to track it, and I drew a tree, and yeah, it's pretty extensive. My question is, could staff provide and it doesn't need to be to the penny, but an accounting of the city funds expended to support this soon to be public park, but the money that we're putting in now in order to get it to the point where we can take it back as a city park. So, you know, funds anticipated for 22, 23, funds for 23, 24 for the council?
I think as of right now, it's nothing really. Staff time, reviewing plans and stuff for the development is generally covered under the development.
I thought earlier in the motion, the mayor indicated that there was a lot of material being put up by the city, or was that volunteered material? There's no expenditure by the city to support the implementation of the motion as it constructed right now.
Yeah, there are minor expenses, such as Karen Anderson mentioned. Thank you to Public Works twice. They've moved soil from Rain Dollar Avenue to the library. So that takes staff time and a truck to move it. It's pretty minor. And they, long ago in 2017, installed irrigation. So they installed faucets, so we have access to water to grow these plants at the Oak Woodland Community Garden. So those are the kinds of expenses that are involved.
Oh, okay, well then, never mind. That's okay. Thank you.
All right. So if there's no further comment, we could get a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, thank you. That motion passes unanimously with the four of us voting. And again, thank you to Byron primarily, but also right next to him is Don Hofer and Doug Yont, and they have a bigger team that I'm not aware of all the time who's involved here. I think we had a new woman. Was her name Tran? Don was on your team?
Trang, yes, Trang.
So
Trang
thank you.
to win. She's a rock star. She does incredible work for us.
Okay, trying to win. I won't forget that. So yeah, but sorry she wasn't here tonight. At least I don't know if she is. But and Anita asked that she get this motion because, as David said, it's a complicated motion. So I'm going to do a couple things. I'm going to send her the handwritten motion that I have, and she has the recording of tonight. And I'm going to type up the motion exactly as I read it. So she'll have three different versions that should be 100% exactly the same to make sure that it gets across the way that it was actually made tonight. And thank you to staff. Brian McMinn has been on this for a long time now. We have a long way to go, but we have some marching orders that need some details as we do that. But to the volunteers, you know, they've probably spent more hours on this than anybody. And in the next 8 months, they're already committing their calendars every Wednesday night, every Saturday to work on this project. So thank you to all the volunteers. And it's been a wonderful way for the whole community who wants to be involved, not just these volunteers who are the leaders, but from now until February-ish, there'll be more opportunities. But already we've had, you know, probably over 100 different individuals involved in this project. And we expect to have some wonderful large Earth Day 2.0, one of our volunteers calls them, on Hilltop Park. So when the time comes to plant, it's not just the volunteers that have been doing this, but we expect to invite the public but have sort of an Earth Day-like event, even though it will be in December, January, February. We'll probably have multiple events, and they'll probably get about 1,000 to 1,500 plants in the ground each event. But the contractors will be there at our side to try to plant the rest of the plants that the volunteers simply can't do without paid staff assistance from the shade team. Okay, so let's move on to 11B. And Lane, I know that you might need to leave after this item, but let's go into the agreement for public opinion research services for a potential bond on the ballot in November 2022.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So what we have before you is an agreement with the firm called Fairbank, Maslin, Mullen, Metz, and Associates called FM3. And they're a public research firm, and we would be contracting with them to provide services for us, really to meet with our community, understand what our community needs are in relationship to this proposed ballot measure, understand what the community wants and what they will support. This firm, we actually have contracted with them before in our 2008 election for the business license tax, and they did a great job for us. They've actually, they're one of the most respected firms in California. They've done over 600 ballot measures since 2008, and 95% of those have been successful, and it's because they go out there and they reach in the outreach to the community and understand what the community wants and desires, and the actual ballot measure that we will take forward will be what the community wants, and hopefully will pass at that point. A general obligation bond takes a 2/3 threshold, and so we need to be sure that what we're proposing for these capital facilities is exactly what our community wants. Essentially, they'll be doing a random sample survey of up to 300 citizens of our community. They'll use a dual mode type survey, both online and telephone surveys, and it'll be about 20 minutes in engaging with the people, and they'll be exploring different aspects of our general obligation bond, and the end result will be to identify the types of facilities that our community really wants. This service will cost about $29,750. That doesn't include the incidental expenses that will be in addition to that. And we recommend that we move forward with this. This is really a critical next step to identify if our community really supports this. And once we understand that, then we'll be able to move forward with putting together the ballot language, which we need to have wrapped up by July. Any questions?
Lane, how are we going to direct the researcher, the consultant, regarding what to be included in the survey?
So we'll meet with them on the staff end and start to frame these whole discussions. I think we'll want to get input and feedback from the council. And if the council kind of wants an ad hoc committee to work with us on that, we can certainly do that.
Okay.
Ultimately, what we develop will be bringing back to the council before we go out to the public.
Okay. I presume the council is going to be very sensitive and want to be very involved with how we ask questions. Do we talk about 2 fire stations or 1 fire station? Do we talk about an aquatic center or not? You know, all these things that we've talked about and sometimes we've disagreed about, blending discretionary facilities with more critical and mandatory or urgent facilities or not. Those kinds of discussions, I think, are going to be long and involved between us elected officials, but also when the public starts to weigh in. Some public are going to want nothing but the bare bones. Some public are going to want some fun stuff for families. And for us to get this to pass with a 67%, it's going to be a humongous effort where we'll need as many people on board as possible. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, and you're absolutely correct with that. And that's what these the survey is going to assess. It's going to assess the critical facilities that we can't. There's no way the city can fund, and we're not unique in that measure. Generally, anytime you're building your major city facilities, you have to have some type of bond measure to do that. And so we'll be testing and see if our community wants to build these critical facilities, or as you talked about, is there a stronger interest to do a blended type thing, maybe some critical facilities, some of these other important quality of life type facilities that we've been talking about for decades that people have gone through their kids, their grandkids, and are still waiting for these quality of life improvements. And so, yes, we'll be assessing and testing all those different things to see really where the support is in our community.
And Lane, we recently did an extensive community survey to find out how people are dissatisfied or satisfied with the way things are in the city. And they responded about public safety and parks and recreation. And how will that past historical information be included or excluded from what we do from today and in the coming months?
I'm not sure. I think we'll talk about with the consultants about that. I do know from our previous survey that we did, the number one priority of the community was our streets and our infrastructure, and to get that in place. And that was at the top of that survey. And so maybe part of that public necessarily won't be part of the survey, but maybe part of our public discussions is to talk about this is our survey before, this is what the community wanted, this is what we've done since then. We can talk about the previous ballot measures that the community passed and they talked about. Since that, we've and we'll talk about this in the next agenda item, we're now spending almost $2.6 million in the roads, and that was what those previous ballot measures were about. The community wanted those to go to road improvements. They wanted to go to improve fire services. We added a second fire engine company as minimum staffing of 2. We still need to get it to a minimum staffing of 3. But these other critical needs of the community that they voted for and were passed, we can definitely report back to them. And I think that, as you mentioned, is a critical part of this process to show that we have been responsive to what they have approved in the past and what we've built and the progress that we're making and that we continue to make and move forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've talked about this quite a bit, I think, at one of our prior meetings, and the likelihood that this bond measure would pass in November is not assured by any means. And I'm just wondering if the results of the survey indicate, or could they indicate an acceptance of the measure, that support? I mean, could we measure support for the measure through this survey, or are we strictly looking at what kinds of things, if approved, the measure would provide for?
No, that we'll be looking at exactly what the community will support. And so they'll have initial set of questions they'll ask without educating the public, and then they'll follow and do some education things. Then they'll ask a different set of questions. And then based on those results, ask another set of questions. And the end result is to end up with a really good sense of what the community supports. The last time we did this survey with this group, the council was interested in a utility user tax and business license tax. And we went through that process with FM3, and they came back and And they said, under no scenario would this community support a utility user tax. And at that point, that is when the utility user tax went off the table. But the community said they would support the business license tax, and they would support it under these conditions and this type of tax. And so based on that input, that is how we structured the ballot measure. And that's the goal from this, is the input that we get from these surveys is exactly how we'll structure the ballot measure to ensure success. And that's why they have a 95% success rate, because the end result is this is what your community will support in these areas.
Could you walk me through again the timeline when we need to have the actual measure to the county so it can appear in the voting guide?
Yeah, by law, we have to have it 88 days before the election. And I believe that's like August 6th or August 8th is when that actual ballot language needs to be in. And
okay. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
So, and we have enough time actually. When we did this last time, we didn't engage this firm until June. And so they're ready to get engaged really quickly. I think in the next few weeks, we'll have our surveys ready and they'll go out, because we'll need to have all this information in by the end of June, so that we're having public meetings and really deciding on our ballot language really by the end of July.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Lane.
Thank you, David. Let's go to Council Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the timelines was critical, and I'm glad we seem to have enough time, but it seems awfully short to get all this together in basically 3 months. But you will have a handle on all of that. It looks like that these interviews and these surveys will be done bilingually, and of course Spanish will be on there. But do you recall which language was predominant beyond Spanish and English? Was it Korean or Vietnamese? I've forgotten now.
I don't recall. I know that, at least from the census point of view, none of the Asian type languages got to the threshold that we should be doing translation. Spanish obviously was.
Okay, and that may be because we have so many Asian groups here, so not one predominates, but certainly the Asian community in Marina is very significant.
Correct.
So maybe we can talk a little bit more about that, because based on the diversity within the Asian community, it seems a little ashamed that we don't have any outreach specific to at least part of that sector. But anyway, so we'll think more about it. But so in doing these surveys, really the whole issue is that we're asking for money, that we need money. And so much of what we're going to talk about has to not just be based on what somebody wants, and the whole money issue, it really becomes in the forefront. No matter what we talk about, what projects are mandatory, what projects people would like to see that aren't mandatory, et cetera, it all has to be in the context of cost and our budget and all of that. So I think that the people, the consultants will definitely have to know our numbers, our budgets, our constraints, correct? Our revenues and deficits, et cetera.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thank you both. And let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dorkson.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the information. I have a couple questions. I was reading through and I found it to be very specific, but I wonder, is it specifically a closed system, a closed demographic of who we're reaching, and thus wouldn't be a good candidate to put on our website?
No, they have an approach that'll be a very statistically valid approach. And so we need to be going with their approach so that we don't get really invalidated responses.
Second, on page 22, which small print looks like page 15, it seems like a really condensed timeline. The research design, which would only take 1 week, it's a kickoff meeting, necessary background materials, draft, refine, finalize survey questions, draft, refine, finalize invitation emails. I do worry about telephone calls, by the way. There's special laws now about spammers, and people get really, really upset about those things. I just wonder, do we have the staff to be able to get that in gear? Because that is, the data collection will take 2 weeks and the analysis 1 week. But pulling together the research design for 1 week, including translating into Spanish, any others, do we have the capacity to do that?
That the firm does all that translating, all that stuff. That's why we're hiring them to do all that. We'll be, obviously, the next 2 weeks will be engaged with a lot of time with them on our staff end.
Okay, my last question is the last measures, which is the half-cent sales tax, the cannabis tax, and the hotel tax. Is that what I said? Cannabis, half-cent, and hotel tax. Was there any statistical analysis that went into that? And can you tell me the precursor to that? I know that the council, I was not on the council at the time. Was there a reason that they had done some special research and realized it wouldn't pass? And can you tell me by what measures it passed?
No, we didn't hire any firm to do any statistical analysis on things like that. So there's nothing to offer you on the TOT tax. We felt pretty confident that would pass, and it did. That was really, those measures were engaged significantly and driven by the community.
So what you saying was there was 3 taxes that passed without any research done? And do you know by what measures they passed?
I believe the TOT was close to 80%. The sales tax, I don't think it hit the supermajority, but I think it was in the 60s. So they passed pretty solid.
Do we have any indications that the landscape has changed in terms of opinion? I know we're going to start doing that, but if we have any information that'll tell us we have a 2/3 majority to overcome, but based on past practices, can we make any assumptions at all at this point?
Nope, we don't at this point. This is why we really need to engage a firm like this. We don't want to take a measure to the ballot that's going to fail.
Again, historical context here, I was not on the council. When those 3 ballots were presented to the council to support, is it correct that they didn't want to, and do you know why?
Didn't want to bring up PR.
To support them and put them on the ballot instead in favor of a purely grassroots citizens initiative. Were they, I guess what I'm asking, were they worried that they were not going to pass because the utility tax did not pass, or your polls told you that they were not going to be successful? Can you just bring me some historical context, since I was not on the council at the time?
No, I don't think that was the issue or the concern.
I can weigh in here. The council did not approve the ballot measures. It had to be citizens initiatives. And for those council members that were opposed to the city sponsoring those initiatives, they made arguments such as it's up to the citizens. If the citizens want them, the citizens will make them happen. And others, at least one other, thought that we should not be asking citizens to increase their taxes because they couldn't afford it. And others thought that it wasn't going to work, it wouldn't pass. And some, at least 1 or 2, actively opposed it to get people to say no by holding signs up saying vote no on street corners to these citizens initiatives.
Okay. I guess my point is, I guess this is the question phase. I'll save my comments for later. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. So next, normally we have a motion and we go to public comment. It's probably in order on here. Would someone like to make a motion?
I would. I just have to find my paperwork having to do with it. Here we are. I move that we adopt resolution number 2022, approving an agreement between the City of Marina and Fairbank Mullen Metz and Associates, also known as FM3, for public opinion research services and authorizing subsequent minor changes, if necessary, with city attorney staff, authorizing the city manager to execute this agreement on behalf of the city and authorize our finance director to make the necessary accounting and budgetary entries. And I see Mayor Pro Tem has a question.
No, I second it.
All right. Any discussion on the motion? Brief discussion before we go to the public.
I just want to point out, having read their bios, I am impressed that they are a diverse team. As we look through the lens of equity and who we do business with, I am impressed with their background, having run other successful campaigns.
Okay. And Lane, did you mention that they did the similar service last time for us?
Yes, for the utility use tax, for the business license tax. And they were great. They did a really good job.
All right, let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Just a quick question, I guess, for Lane. Given most of the heavy lifting on this is going to be done by the consultants, what priorities does council have between now and the due date in August? Is this going to run up against anything that we're going to have to be focused on? Or is this a good time for this?
This is as good a time as any time.
There's never a good time, right?
Right.
Okay, but you feel confident that we can take this on and do it justice and get it out. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
We're asking an optimist these questions. Lane is an optimist. But when our budget right in the middle of this time frame and maybe the hotel, and you never know, but there's a lot of things going on. So it's going to be very difficult. This is just adding one more thing to their overloaded plate. So it's going to be rough. But it has been rough nonstop since Lane started working with us in 2013. There's never been a break, I don't think. Go ahead, David. Do you have your hand up?
Well, just to follow up on that thought, do we need to prioritize this, because it is going to be a once in a generation effort, and its failure would seriously cloud a lot of plans that we have for the future. So I'm just wondering, to get a sense of the council, that we would give it, bump it up a little bit on our priority list, so that if anything came up related to it, we would be able to attend to it in a proper time.
The good thing is, on your consolidated project list, actually, your number 2 is present methods to receive fund infrastructure and other repairs. And so
it's already red flag. Okay.
Well up there.
Okay. That was my concern. Thank you.
Right. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. So we'll go to the public. Anyone wishing to speak, please raise your hand. It's such a benign, subtle issue that we just don't have a lot of public input, apparently. Oh, there's Tommy. Thank you, Tommy Balea, let's unmute you. Go ahead, Tony. Thanks for staying with us.
Okay, good evening. Yeah, I'll probably be more involved in this one. I'll probably just do my own surveys, go talk to people. I mean, go ahead and spend the 30,000. It sounds like it's kind of biased from the get-go based on what I just heard. I mean, you're not going to cover all the nationalities. I guess there's language barriers, but boy, sounds a little biased to me right off the get-go. But I'll walk around and talk to people and see what they want and what they think and what their needs are. But you know, I'll try to do my best to come up with my decision. I mean, you know, it just sounds, you know, I just want to make sure the city is going in the right direction. Obviously, you guys want all this growth. And so obviously, you're not controlling spending. So you're looking at to get it from other sources, which is good, but we're all pretty much on fixed incomes. And I think most people in Marina are renters. So, you know, I'm just somewhat concerned. All this growth in the amount of time that you're trying to do it is it's pretty remarkable what you're doing. And everything that you do as a city, you hire a consultant. And those where all the expenses are going. But I'll probably be more aware of this bond measure. I'll be more up to pace on this one. I mean, I'm going to really listen to the people myself, and I'm not going online. I'm not going to go knocking on the internet. I'm going to go to my neighbors, go to other streets on my bike rides, or if somebody just happens to be complaining about something, I might bring something up and see what their needs are or what Marina could benefit them. Sure, public safety is priority. I'm not saying anything that we're going to need to, because obviously the growth that you're putting onto the city, it's quite a demand. So those are priorities. But other things that could wait to the next city council or the next mayor that will replace all of you guys, even the citizens, future citizens that come to Marina are going to want their needs and their changes that are going to happen within Marina. But I think you're just doing things way too fast, way too fast. You're trying to grow a city that would take normally 50 years and you're trying to do it in like 25 years. I mean, yeah, you would have to raise taxes, but look at the situation that we're in. I mean, the economy is somewhat unstable and anything could throw it off at this point. But I'm praying for all the best. And I'm sure you guys are trying to make the best decisions. But on this one, on this decision, I'm going to be more involved as a citizen in helping the citizens of Marina make the right choice. And I thank you, and you guys have a good evening.
Thank you, Tommy. We are going to need informed citizens to be involved here. So thank you. All right, let's go to Denise Turley. Welcome. Good evening, Denise.
Hi, thank you. Stick with what worked last time for someone that's lived here for over 20 years. You don't necessarily want to go to your neighbors because they ain't informed. Give them easy to understand, palatable information. This is so very important to get this done. It's not like we've been standing around for the last 20 years with our head in the sand. There's been a lot of good things going on. And remember 2007, whatever it was, the crash. We made it through that just fine. My one question for you is, if people want more information on this issue, when the person calls to give the survey and whatever, what information are those? Where are they going to be led to? Other than that, have a good evening. Thanks, folks.
Thank you, Denise. Good question. We'll answer that in just a few moments, I'm sure, minutes. Okay, we'll give everyone a couple more moments. If they haven't spoken to this matter and wish to, just raise your hand. All right. We'll close public comment and go to the questions. Denise asked if during the surveys, when these consultants are talking to residents and the residents want more information, where will they get it?
That's a very good question Denise asked. I think initially what we can set up on our website is the information that we've provided in the past, our past survey, the survey results, in our budget process where we've talked about all of our infrastructure needs. We've had staff reports in January in our public meetings and in April, and we can include those staff reports that go into a lot of detail of our facility needs. It's a lot more than just money. It's for a fire station, it's your response times, and that's what our reports talk about. And if you want a response time for a medical emergency that's under 8 minutes, we need to build a new fire station in the southern end of the city. And with all these taller buildings being built in the smaller streets, we need a ladder truck, and you got to access it. And so our previous information covers a lot of that, so we can get something put up, and then as we get new information, we can add it to that.
All right. Well, that's the end of the questions. I'll make just a brief comment and then we'll go to Christina. Tommy said that the council or the city is not very interested in reducing spending, and that I want to remind Tommy that police stations, fire stations, aquatic centers, that's not a matter of day-to-day expenses. No city has tens of millions of dollars sitting around to afford those without going to the people for revenue. So we're not asking for revenue for police or fire to do their shifts or even to fix our streets. We've got a lot of money going into our streets. We're asking for revenue to build facilities that that most cities take for granted, that we've never had. A reasonable city hall, fire station that reaches our people by the standard recommended of 4 minutes when you or me or anyone else is hurting in town. So these kinds of facilities do need to be funded with special revenues. It's not a matter of us saving money here and there instead of, buying peanut butter and rice at the teen center so that we can afford an aquatic center or a new fire station. We'll be talking more about that because that is an idea that many people will have. Why can't we just do this with the money we already have? Okay, let's go to Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. I apologize for background noise. My children are getting ready for bed. Yes, as a taxpayer in my city with 2 properties, and I have already shown you my tax bill of over $12,000, I take the hit. And for Mr. Belay and others who believe that it's not a good time, well, just to tell you and give you some perspective, it's never a good time. It really is never. We've been kicking this down the lane for many years. I want you to know, all of you who are here, Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala and I were sworn in December 2020, and we have yet to be at the dais. Our council chambers are not adequate. So we have not had a single council meeting because of the conditions of our chambers. That's pretty sad. The other things, my children are now 13, and since they've been little, the bathrooms in the parks are non-existent. So we used to bring our toilets to the park because we didn't have meaning a little porta potty. So the other thing is we've got 26 failed streets in our community. That means people on Crivello Circle. That means people across our community are just fed up with paying those taxes that I'm paying. We're paying if you're a homeowner, and what do you get out of it? What else can I tell you? Our fields are atrocious. I've joked, but it's actually kind of true. Are we ever going to have an Olympic star come out of Marina because we don't have adequate fields? And so generations of kids are going through our schools and our communities, and just, you know, we are not providing the level of services that we should have. So as far as growing too fast, girls, I'm on the phone. I'm on my call. Please stop. As far as growing too fast, I think you should take a look at the meeting of 419. It's on my YouTube. It's on our page, our city council page, our city page under agenda, or it's on AMP. It's also on my Facebook page, Christina Medina from Marina City Council. Take a look at that. We've studied everything and what the needs are. And just so that you all know that are here, I don't mean to be so, passionate about this, but before I took a seat here on this council, in my home, I was already thinking about this. What are our needs? We have a fire department that is, we want to encourage people to work here. Our police department, we've got a varied workforce of men and women. And do you know that our fire department doesn't even have facilities for different, women or men? And my husband's a fireman in another city. So we've got to think about, like, how do we attract a modern workforce when we are not even equipped for it? The last thing is, yes, prior to taking council, and even still, I have been working and polling people. I have been asking people, would you be willing to do this? And, I'll be so curious to see what our polls say, because I want to think Marina wants to invest in itself for a change. And it is an ask. We're not a very rich community, but I think if we're willing to invest in our own community here, we've got a great community. We just talked all about the wonderful things that the Friends of the Marina Library do, and our Citizens for Sustainable Community. We're very different. So I just hope that you all understand that this is something that we're finally taking action on, because it's necessary. The time is now for our town. The other thing is, Tommy had a good point, or Denise Turley had a good point about, like, how are we going to get the word out? Perhaps a suggestion could be, is we set up a web page like we did for the voter district. So we put as much information out there as possible. The breakdowns that I've been asking for, which was how much on the dollar we're going to see of an increase, you make it tangible and understandable, so people, don't get that big giant surprise on their tax bill. And I'd like to say the half-cent sales tax, you all can trust us, because we will have an oversight committee, I hope, on this budget, on the bond measure. That is something I strongly advocate for, to know where your dollars are going. But take a look, walk outside, go to your park, look at the street conditions of the street, drive your neighborhoods, and you will see we are making a concerted effort to put that money that you pledged to us in the half-cent sales tax to work. So I just hope that you can trust us, and I hope that we can come together like we do for so many things in our community that matter. So sorry, I'm going to jump off my soapbox here, but I just think that we have an incredible opportunity here, and we are a different community than we were in the past when that utility tax didn't pass. So anybody has any questions, feel free to reach out for me, 277-8586, or on my city email. That's all I have to say about that.
All right, thank you, Christina, for all those comments. So I don't see any other hands up from the council. So I think we can go to a roll call vote, and then Lane, I think that you're going to be exiting maybe, but we know why. And
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yeah.
okay. Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
yes, thank you. That motion passes 4-0 unanimously. And Lane, thank you, and other staff that may have helped you to get this off the ground. It's a big project already.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The council has been, as Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen talked about, we have been working on this for a long time, and this is really the culmination of a lot of effort. So we're excited for the next step. And I'll be here through this complete next item, Mayor.
All right. So we'll move to Measure X infrastructure improvements using Measure X bond revenues to advance the implementation of fixing our 26 worst streets and perhaps other projects. And Brian, our McMahon, our Public Works Director, is probably going to lead us through this, or maybe Juan Lopez.
Yeah, actually, Juan's going to do it, but let me just frame it really quick. This really is the culmination of a couple of years of work with the council on putting together a framework and a package to address our community road infrastructure needs, and we've made a ton of progress the last couple of years, and this is our last step. And so Juan's going to walk you through a presentation on where we're going to leverage our Measure X bonds to get these certificates of participation. And I don't think you have dealt with certificates of participation before, but look in the terms that they are essentially a type of municipal bond, and they're a tax exempt bond, and they're secured by lease finances or financing from a lease. So it's a different structure. I think we have David Broadsley or
I'm here, Lane.
Oh, good, David's here. And so if you have detailed questions about the certificate of participation, David can answer that. But essentially, it's a municipal bond, and so we aren't going out for a new tax, no new revenue. We're leveraging an existing revenue source, and this is a type of tax exempt bond that, given the municipal bond market, given interest rates, this is really our best measure. It's something that cities use all the time for capital infrastructure, so it's not any type of risky thing. This is very common out there. And with that framework, I'll turn it over to Juan.
Thanks for that introduction, Lane. Juan Lopez, Finance Director. So tonight I'll discuss item 11C on our agenda, our Measure X bond, otherwise known as certificates of participation.
Excuse me, Juan.
Yeah.
We need a council member to make a motion to extend beyond 10, please.
A motion that we extend to 10:30.
A second.
Can we have a roll call vote, please, Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Motion passed unanimously. Please continue on. Thank you, Anita.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so just a few items we'll touch on is our pavement management condition. Just across the city, we'll briefly touch on the overall condition index and the current path we're on to improve those conditions. Also discuss the city's ongoing investment in street repairs. Lane mentioned our annual investment and how that ties back to those pavement conditions. And based on prior council direction, we'll discuss the path forward as we seek to invest some upfront one-time funds to set us on a path to sustainable streets. And so in the past, there's been a lot of discussion about what the priorities are from the citizens as well as the council, and based on those discussions and community surveys, street improvements and repairs are definitely a high priority. The pavement condition index, or PCI, of Marina streets should be at a rating of 70. That's really the goal of most cities. And based on prior and current analyses, our current and ongoing investment really doesn't get us to that 70 rating. And so, in order to get there and as well as sustain it, will require some upfront investments, some substantial upfront investments. And that's largely because the rate of deterioration as well as the cost increases over time actually will outpace our current investment schedule. So if we carried out our annual investment just going forward for the next 25 years or so, we wouldn't quite get there and we wouldn't sustain that 70 PCI. So the 21 and 22, 21, 22 and 22, 23 budgets called for about 2.3 million in annual investments in that street resurfacing. So 1.6 million from the general fund, as well as about 660,000 in Measure X funds. Those are the annual funds we receive from Measure X revenues, our share of those revenues. And those Measure X does sunset in 2047, so about 25 years. And we expected initially to, of course, to continue to make those investments in our streets. And this chart right here is in the packet as well, and it's something we've seen a few times, a few different versions of this. This really lays out our PCI comparison and some of the scenarios that we discussed in the past. The dark blue is sort of the baseline scenario where we just continue on our current pace and continue to make those annual investments, not really getting up to that 70, that magic number, right? And it takes us until about 2040 to get up to a peak of 66. The lighter blue scenario is one that we've discussed in the past as well. So what would it look like with just maybe a Measure X bond, and how that would help us? They give us an initial boost, but then we'd really taper down over the long term. So by 2040, we're actually lower than our initial baseline. So I believe that contribution was, I believe the number was, could be wrong, I believe it was closer to $6 million, I think, of a general fund investment, and that was one time. And then the orange line is really what we're proposing and what we've discussed a little more heavily, and we've really sharpened our pencils, worked with our bond team to come to a number that and a debt structure that's really going to work for us and our ongoing revenues. So, over the course of 2 years, we'd invest about $12 million in upfront funds, and that'd get us to 70, and we'd be able to more or less maintain around that 70 rating for the foreseeable future. A few dips here and there, but far better condition than what we had anticipated for the other two scenarios. And so the current TAMC and HDL forecasts show some pretty significant increases in Measure X revenues. We discussed that at last council meeting, and this council adopted some budget revisions. So we adjusted our numbers for the next 2 years, well, for this current fiscal year as well as next fiscal year. So those numbers are pretty significant. That really is going to be a big factor in what our bond size looks like now as compared to what it looked like maybe 2-3 months ago. And so we do recommend that front load with Measure X bond proceeds. Again, a bond that is a certificate that's built on certificates of participation, which in effect is a bond. And really, those bonds are secured. The way it's structured now is a little different from what we had anticipated and discussed kind of in prior meetings, is that we'd actually, those bonds would be secured by all general revenues available to the city, with the expectation, of course, that we would only use Measure X revenues to pay for that debt. And so that really allows us to leverage those funds a little more. So I think there was a mention in the staff report of, if we went the other route where it was solely secured by Measure X revenues, we actually wouldn't be able to get anywhere near the same size bond proceeds. I think it'd be closer to like 8 to 9 million actually. And so we're allowed to, allowed to leverage a little more. We also have a better interest rate with this process. And of course that corresponds to more bond proceeds. So we target about 11.5 million in those proceeds, which is pretty substantial and gets us pretty close to the finish line on our $12 million goal. And that also, for the comfort of council as well as the public, is that, the thought is that while you're adding more leverage, you're having more debt service. How does that affect your ability to pay those debts on an ongoing basis without, if there's a dip in the economy, if our Measure X revenues don't come in as high as anticipated, is there some safeguards in there? Because ultimately, if the Measure X revenues don't meet the debt service requirements of about $800,000, the general fund would have to cover that difference. Well, the debt service coverage ratio in this scenario is about 1.15 to 1.2. So there's sufficient cushion in our projections, as well as the structure that we're going forward with, to really absorb any losses. There's pretty low risk involved in this process. And so we feel really good about these numbers and that cushion that we've forecasted. As I mentioned, about 11.5 million of 12 million in upfront proceeds. or upfront needs. Upfront needs. So $500,000 gap right there. And we were pretty conservative because the bond market is kind of changing pretty quickly on us here. We were pretty conservative in putting in a cushion to say, hey, if bond interest rates go higher, we're able to experience fewer proceeds, right? So we have a cushion built in there, and our team has really factored that in, given that they have a good feel for the current market conditions and how quickly they're seeming to change. And so, yeah, it is time is of the essence on this. We know that those interest rates will go up, and so it's that's why we've moved so quickly on this item. And there's a question potentially about the $500,000 gap. Well, we know that our ARPA funds would be this type of activity, these types of projects would fall under our ARPA funds, would be allowable under ARPA, given that the federal government has really widened the scope of what's an allowable expense under ARPA. So we have a little over $5 million in ARPA funds, or we will rather by the end of the summer. We don't have it all in-house, but it will come to us by the end of summer. And so, we feel good about filling the gap with potentially ARPA funds, even maybe general fund unallocated fund balance that we will have available to us. So, another $500,000 from one of those two funds would get us over the finish line on that end. And so the official action and corresponding documents, they really call for a lease revenue obligation, as Lane had mentioned. We identified the library as an existing facility that we'd leverage. We lease it to a nonprofit corporation who will then lease it back to the city, back to us for city use. And that lease back secures a debt obligation. And David Broadsley is kind of a guru in this area. And, he's really put us on this path and really, really cleared the path for us to say, yes, this is a common transaction that happens all the time throughout the state of California. And so it's not anything out of the ordinary, anything that he and his team haven't worked through already. And so adjusted the timeline a little bit just because we are put back by a few weeks, but ultimately the COPS, or the certificates of participation, would be sold in mid-June, and potentially funds available to the city in early July if everything pencils out and we continue on the path forward in a pretty rapid pace. And with that, we'll take any questions.
All right. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Not being a financial person, can you explain to me how the interest rates, do we lock it in at a certain rate? Does it give some grace times? Can you explain to me how the interest rates impact either the ability to sell or get people to purchase these bonds? And is it locked in? I guess that's my question.
Yeah,
like a market.
Yeah. David Broadsley if you can jump in, he can answer that.
Yes. The bonds, the interest rates are locked in when you sell the bonds in mid-June. And, interest rates have been rising. It's been a sort of a difficult year because of inflation. So there is a good reason to try to do it earlier rather than later. But once you sold the bonds, you have a stable level debt service obligation. And in most cases, your revenues that are paying it, they Measure X, will increase so that the cushion of comfort is presumably will only grow over time.
Second question, have we received a bond rating yet?
Yeah, and that's actually kind of exciting. It was like I feel like it's a straight line of a stand-up act. Your bond rating got upgraded. You had a AA minus general bond rating. It was upgraded to AA. And I think Juan will have a copy of the credit report tomorrow. That brings the rating on this transaction. Lease ratings are typically one notch below GO bonds. So you'll be AA minus on this transaction, which is really getting into the AA category will save you money. And it really honestly speaks a lot to all the things you've been talking about tonight in terms of getting community support and revenues, creating a quality of life. It really creating reasonable reserves. You've showed very, very well in this. Bond ratings are hard to come by. They've been hard to come by during the pandemic. And to me, it speaks volumes about what's been going on in the city of Marina.
That is good to hear. One last thing. What is the forecast for the bond market? Do we have any indicators of where it's going? I know no one is, maybe Warren Buffett can see the future, but the rest of us really can't.
Yeah,
Can you just
exactly.
give me what's going on?
We'd all be, well, you guys are in beach houses in Marina, but the rest of us would join you if we could. But in truth, the general expectation is that rates are going to continue to rise, and it's mostly driven by inflation. I've been doing this for 40 years, so I have learned to be completely humble when it comes to projecting how the future will look. But there's no reason to think that that now's not better than tomorrow when it comes to accessing the bond market. So again, only in hindsight does one really know timing. But rates, even though rates have gone up in the last few months, they're still at a relatively historically low level. And when you step back from it, these are still pretty low cost of funds.
Last question. Is it like a mortgage? Let's just say you have interested buyers who buy them, they hold on to them, and then they sell them, or
Sell away?
Is there a secondary market? Sorry.
Yeah.
Tell me how that works.
It's not a children, but it's a spouse. Same problem.
So let's just say the bond, let's say the interest rates are on the rise, and then at some point, I'm just wondering, is there a chance? Is it like a mortgage? Just can they get sold?
Yeah, well, there's two things. Probably two parts of that question. There is a secondary market so that investors can sell their investments in the future, make a profit, take a loss. And the fact that there's liquidity in these is one of the reasons why the interest rates are as low as they are, because investors in municipal bonds are buying them. Some of them to hold to maturity and some of them as investments. But the fact that they know they are liquid reduces the interest rates. From the city's perspective, there is an option to refund. The typical structure of a municipal bond is 10 years of call protection to the investor, and at the 10th year, you can call the bonds and refund the bonds at a lower interest rate. And there's a high probability you will be able to do that in the future.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess broadly, we seem to be heading in an inflationary direction. And so assuming that not the worst, but the moderate projections of inflation come into effect, what does that do to the bonds themselves? Does that diminish their attractiveness?
Once you've sold the bonds, what happens afterwards, frankly, isn't your problem. You've set an interest rate and you will pay it. Investors in the bonds obviously are thinking about the same issue. And so in terms of what interest rates always reflect a long-term vision, people are taking that into account in the setting of interest rates. But once you've sold it, it really it's not unlike a fixed rate mortgage. You got a rate, you got a payment, and whether or not over time the lender has a valuable asset or weakened asset, that is not your problem at that point. The transaction's over.
Thank you.
Okay, Brian, can you go over as succinctly as possible exactly what we think the proceeds, the revenue from this bond will pay for in our city for improvements?
Succinctly as possible.
If it's as simple as a slide that you already showed us, that's fine.
No, I got a couple here. Just a second.
For example, is it just the 26 worst streets, or is it them plus something else?
So let me do a share screen here. So yes, you mentioned it was 26. We did do Flower Circle, so it is 25 now. So it would hit these 25 streets in the first 2 to 3 years. of the program. So those are the failed residential streets. And obviously, that's what we've been hearing about from the public, but ultimately what we really want is to make sure that we get the entire street network up to this pavement condition index of 70, which means that going forward, we can be maintaining our streets with the lower cost resurfacing and maintenance methods, as opposed to paying higher dollars for the rehabilitation and resurfacing of streets that are failing. So, it's the front loading is going to get us to that 70, and it's going to pay off in the maintenance in the long run with lower costs to maintain our streets.
So my understanding is the bond is supposed to give us 11.5 million. Is that correct?
That's the net proceeds.
Okay, and that's enough money, hopefully close to being enough to fix these 25 streets. Is that correct?
And then some. It's not just the 25 streets.
Okay.
It's the program for the entire street network. One outcome of that front loading is, yes, included in that, the 25 streets will be addressed.
Okay. Beyond the 25 streets, what are the most likely candidates of streets or other projects that would be funded by this bond, if any?
It's going to look like kind of what we've been doing for the last, say, 3 years. It's going to be a lot of those slurries and cape seals. You're going to see it kind of, it looks kind of spotty because it jumps all over and hits various different parts of the city in any given year, but it's going to look like a continuation of that. But it's going to be taken, and we're going to accelerate that program.
Okay, so in essence, we're going to wait to see how far the revenue takes us, if at all, beyond the 25 streets. And to the extent that it does go beyond the 25 streets, we'll spend it like we've been spending the last 3 years of 2.6 million approximately per year. Whatever the next streets come up in the software as the appropriate places to spend the remainder.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Thank you very much. And I don't know who would be best to answer this kind of simple question, but just FYI, David, when you're speaking, I can barely understand you. It's almost like the sound was so bad in all of your.
Sorry.
See right now, no, it's terrible.
Initially, it was fine, but now it's turned into a garbled.
Let me try. Let me see if I can. You're going to have to listen to my cat making noises. But let's see if this works any better. Is this any better?
Yes, the garble has gone away.
Okay.
Yay!
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Sorry about that. Another 2 years of a pandemic, and I'll learn how to use this technology.
Okay, so you probably were here listening to all of our conversation on the last bond measure that we're considering of 50 million. And this kind of a bond with some kind of a lease of our library and then a lease back to us. I mean, it sounds rather magical to me. Can you explain to me why we use this particular instrument and not some other?
Yeah, it's not at all intuitive. And in fact, it was the strangeness of this that kind of seduced me 40 years ago into this weird business. But under California law, to incur what is considered true indebtedness, unconditional indebtedness is the bond issue that the prior item spoke about, where you get a vote and you raise property taxes in that instance to pay it back. Under a long series of court rulings that go back to the 19th century, California law allows cities to make long-term obligations under certain circumstances, and a lease that meets certain qualifications is one of those circumstances. And starting as way back as in the 1940, this mechanism of using the lease as basically a contract that allows you to secure financing has been been evolving in California to the extent that it became really the most standard approach to financing, where general governmental revenues without levying additional taxes are used to secure the debt. And so from the investor's perspective, it looks like debt. From the issuer's perspective, it looks like debt. But from a court perspective, it's a different kind of contract, which is why this became most common. To do a lease, you need something to lease. And so it's very common in situations like that to find an existing asset that a city owns that has value and to lease it to an entity which is frankly created for this very purpose and lease it back. The lease back becomes a long-term contractual obligation that creates a payment flow, and that payment flow becomes the source of security to the loan instrument. And the long name is a certificate of participation evidencing an interest in the lease payment. And I know it sounds crazy, but in my little corner of the world, it's actually extremely common.
Well, why wouldn't we use this instrument for the 50 million that we just talked about? I mean, we have other properties, and couldn't we do this for all of our properties and get 50 million that way?
The key difference there is that with a voter-approved debt, the debt is paid by a supplemental property tax. So it doesn't come out of your budget. It comes out of a separate levy that pays for it. If you were to do a lease financing with the improvements, you would have to find room within your budget to accommodate the additional debt service. And that's the key distinction. Now, this is a little bit of a variant in that you actually are not expecting to use any of your general resources. You have a special resource from the Measure X revenues. And the reason for this particular structure is that you're able to leverage the revenues even more. If it's just a sales tax revenue, investors require more. That would one referred to as coverage. So you could maybe use half of the money to service debt. In this obligation, really, you could use all of it to service debt. The decision the city has made, which I think is the prudent one, is to give itself cushion, so it's not taking any risk. The investor's not taking the risk because it's your general fund, but your general fund would be taking the risk of sales tax underperformance. So by giving yourselves coverage, you protect your general fund from any real risk that underperformance of sales tax revenues should affect you. But going back to your original point, the key thing is your own budget affordability, fitting it into your budget. And it's not unheard of for a measure that goes to voters that fails for a city to feel that it was so essential that they then find space in their budget to finance it with a lease. But obviously that requires trade-offs in other expenditures that you have to sacrifice.
Yes, and it's likely not going to be 50 million.
Yeah, and frankly, it's probably not going to be 50 million because it would be more than your budget could absorb in a practical basis. Yeah.
Right. So these instruments really are for more smaller needs for a jurisdiction.
Yeah, well, which fit, I mean, frankly, we're talking about large cities. We've done, $400, $500 million lease revenue bonds, but that's a city of Los Angeles.
Right.
Well, it's not a drop in the bucket. It's a serious investment for them, but it's all a matter of scale.
Sure. Great. Thank you very much,
David. Oh, absolutely. It's a great question.
Okay, so we don't have any more questions. Do we have a motion on the floor?
No, I'd like to make one.
Okay, Kathy, thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to make the motion that the city of Marina adopt resolution number 2022- whatever, approving the form and authorizing the execution execution of certain lease financing documents in connection with the offering and sale of certificates of participation relating thereto to finance the cost of Measure X infrastructure improvements within the geographic boundaries of the city and authorizing and directing certain actions with respect hereto.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Okay. I'll motion. I'm not sure how to do this, but I'd like to motion that we go to 10:45 because we're at the 10:30 mark. So,
I'll second.
Okay. Can we have a roll call vote, please, Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Biella,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Okay, that motion passes 3-1 with Councilman Burnett dissenting. This gives us a chance to go to the public. So let's open this up to the public. And we'll keep it to 2 minutes per person, although I don't think we have a lot of comments on this tonight. It's kind of heady. All right, let's go to Tommy Balea. Welcome back, Tommy.
Okay, so I guess on that, you created a list initially of the roads to be repaired. Who made that list? And I guess that's my first question. And how did they come up with that list? Because I kind of remember you coming down, Andrew, on a Saturday morning, sun from the east. And I guess the question is, did you have a camera with you to document it? Or did you have a notepad to document anything? I guess those are the questions, because I didn't notice any of that. And then you walked away. I don't know if you made the decision on the 35 streets initially, but I'm just wondering how that list became about. Was it you, the mayor, going all around and deciding which 35 streets get repaired first? Just wondering. Is this a bond that we, the people, have to pay, or is this something that comes out of the budget? I didn't quite understand that. Who pays for this bond, I guess, when it comes down to it? Because obviously my street looks like the Grand Canyon, and that's mildly speaking. But anyways, what about the infrastructure, the stuff underneath the roadway, the pipes? I think Flower Circle got a total renovation, if I'm not mistaken. But does this include a new sewer lines if need be, water lines? The sidewalks are buckling. The curbs are rising up because the trees have grown and now they've lifted. And now when it rains, the water doesn't drain down to the drain. So it's not just, are we talking about just repaving? And obviously you talked about resurfacing as well too. But those are my questions. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Tommy. Great questions. Anyone else wishing to speak on this matter before we close public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment. And Brian, who made this list of 25 failed streets and how did they make the list?
So, Mr. Mayor, it was more of a process. All of the city streets were surveyed according to standards for rating distress on pavement. That survey was performed by companies that specialize this. All that information was put into a program called Street Saver. So that Street Saver has the latest information on the condition of the city streets, and then it's an analysis tool. We give the Street Saver various different budget scenarios, and based on those budget scenarios, it will tell us which streets should be selected for treatments, and what various treatments there are needed for those streets to give us the best improvement for the overall network condition of the city streets with that given budget. So, we use that tool in any given budget year to select the streets. because that gets us our most bang for our buck. It's not going out and looking for the worst first streets, because that's the scenario or an approach that means that all of the streets that we have that are in a good condition are guaranteed to deteriorate to a bad condition, and then all of our maintenance is going to be higher cost treatments. Those 25 streets, we went into the system and looked at, which are the failed residential streets. We looked at that specific class, and that's what the system told us the condition, or those streets were in that condition, those 25 streets. We looked at the scenarios for this Measure X debt issuance, and those 25 streets happen to be in the streets that were selected based on that larger front loading scenario. So the answer is a lot of work went into putting the data into an analysis program, and then we gave the program the parameters to perform the analysis, and that generated this list of streets.
All right. Thank you, Brian. Yes, Tommy, when I did go to your house to meet with you and look at Andrew Circle where you live, I did bring a camera and I did take some pictures. And I think I passed those on to the city manager and maybe Brian to ask them, where did Andrew Circle stand as far as its status to get fixed? And was it one of the 26 worst streets in Marina? But I had nothing to do with any of the decisions that Brian just talked about or the process that Brian just talked about. I was just trying to learn myself what I could from what you were telling me and others like you who wanted me to visit their streets. Will the people pay? Yes, basically the people pay for everything. But in this case, the people will pay by using money through Measure X, where the people, the voters of Monterey County overwhelmingly voted 68% yes to increase the countywide sales tax an additional 1/8 of 1 penny to provide more street maintenance, and 60% of that went to cities like Marina. So Marina got their prorated share based on, I think, lane miles, street miles. And so with that Measure X money that we're getting, as is every other city getting their respective amounts, we get our amount, and we're going to use that amount to pay it forward so that we can leverage that money we're getting, that we expect to be getting over the next, X years, to be able to get this money up front and get these streets done now, or, in a couple of years, rather than waiting 15 to 20 years as that money would dribble in year after year. And then Brian, the last question from Tommy is for you. What about the underlying utilities, the adjacent sidewalks, curbs, and the water drainage problems that may be occurring on these 25 worst streets, or any other streets that the money goes to help to improve?
So this program will be coordinated with Marina Coast Water District, and looking at, are there pipes that need to be maintained that are on their lists? We do want them to get in there and fix those pipes before we do the resurfacing on the streets. So there may have to be a little bit of a juggling of streets in the program in those first few years, but it will be coordinated with them. The other thing that we look at once that list of streets comes out of the analysis program is we actually get our boots on the ground. We look for those drainage problems. If there's a curb and gutter that needs to be replaced, that's causing that will be part of the project to replace that before the street gets resurfaced. If there are areas of the pavement that are failing, and localized areas of failure on a street that's going to get a surface treatment such as a slurry seal, then those areas will be addressed. That failed pavement will be replaced before the final coating of the slurry goes over the top. So we are looking for that finished product. One thing that we hear a lot of is, I think a lot of the residents, when they see the crews show up, they kind of expect that they're going to get what looks like a newly resurfaced street. And a lot of these are the slurry and the cape seals that go over the top. of the existing street. And so, yeah, there may be some ride quality issues there that aren't really drainage or structurally related. So it's not going to come out a perfectly smooth street like a newly paved street, but it is a best practice seal coating for the surface to extend the life of that street and get the most out of it. So, but yeah, it is a whole holistic approach. We want to make sure that we have a good functioning street when we're done. You're muted.
So those are all the questions I had noted from Tommy. So I think that we're ready for a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, thank you. That motion passes 4-0. And thanks to our consultant and to Brian and Juan for the good presentation and work that's going into this. A lot more work ahead on this project, but thank you to date for all the effort you put into this. It's fantastic to be able to tell people, David, hello, be able to tell people that we're going to get to those 25 worst streets, because before this effort by staff to find a way, we were telling people, if you got the worst streets, you're going to be last in line. That didn't make sense to anybody, but that was the way it was. And so this kind of turns it on its head and really takes care of the worst streets first now, instead of taking care of them last. I think that's going to be very popular with the people, as it should be. All right, so I think we're going to adjourn. We do have one item with green waste, or actually two items, one pulled from the consent agenda regarding green waste recovery, but we'll get to those next time. Lane, is it okay that we don't take those tonight?
Let me double check with Brian. Are any of those critical?
Well, technically, what the franchise agreement says is that Green Waste has to submit their rate application April 1st. We're obligated per the franchise agreement to review and approve the accuracy of those rates prior to June 1st. Has that happened in the past? Not always. We have taken the rates to council the first meeting in June. Before, I would say that we are kind of on the bleeding edge this year as far as agencies getting queued up to do this process. And so, there are mechanisms in the franchise agreement. Should we approve it June 1st, that green waste will not be caught short. They'll still be made whole, and it will still work out.
Should we have a special meeting just to quickly cover this item in the future?
I don't know that it's needed, Mr. Mayor. The franchise agreement says we make a good faith effort. We've teed it up. We got the staff report ready. We're kind of at the front of the queue. Yeah, we've had a lot of big items tonight.
Okay. All right, this will be first on the agenda of action items for our first meeting in June, I expect. All right. Thank you, Tina Nieto. You've been there all along. Matt, thank you. Doug, our fire chief. Tina, our police chief. Thanks, everybody. And to David again and Juan. Thanks, everyone, and have a nice evening. We got a lot done tonight.